Hello, how is everybody this evening? Hope everyone's doing fine. It's Saturday evening for me. I think for most of my audience it's normally sometime, well, I don't know actually, if you're an Australian it'll be tomorrow, won't it? You'll be in the future, and if you're an American it'll be morning for you guys. So yeah, it's quite a diverse section, I have to say. I think YouTube is actually from the UK as well. So Paige, nice to see you in the chat as well. How are you doing? Right, okay, so let's say a few hellos to some of the people that have already showed up. We've got Helen Degenerate, nice to see you in. Gary Wibenger, Bill G, still don't know what that means, mate. You might have to explain that to me. Chris, nice to see you in. Grave Dodger, how's it going, my friend? We also have Cassie O, Level Earth Observer. And is that actually Level Earth Observer or Level Earth Observer Lies? I don't know. I think it's Level Earth Observer anyway. Nice to see you in. SE Montreal, how you doing, mate? Steve Hamilton, Crazations, Mr. Xavier, Arwin Starkus, Matrix Media, Mark Collard, and Funny Bush Monk. Funny Bush Monk. How's it doing? Right, okay, we're joined by Aaron. How's it going, my friend?
How's it going?
Oh, yeah, not bad. I've got myself.
What do you got? What do you got today?
I've got a couple of things to talk about. I was actually talking to Flatzer before, and he's provided me a couple of interesting images. And I also took a look at a link that was left yesterday by Ruhif, or did he? No, he might have messaged it me on Skype today, or he sent it by email. Anyway, I checked it out, and I was blown away by this particular image. I mean, I don't think you will get it. I didn't get it at first, and it was like, wow. Once you realise what you're looking at, it's unbelievable. I'll show you in a sec anyway. TMF Nest, see you in. Right, let's get this image up. Right.
I gotta run inside real quick, but I'll be on in the background.
Oh, right, okay, no worries. I need to find it now. Where did I put it? Ah, there we go. So is that right? Okay, I get it. Right. Okay. Well, when he comes back, I've got a question to ask him. In fact, I'll ask the audience actually, seeing as they're here right now, and we're waiting for Aaron to return. Can anybody tell me where the horizon is in this particular image? I'm going to might open it up in Paint actually, and then I'm going to put some lines in. I want you to tell me where the horizon is. Okay, right. Just get over here. Right, let's get some lines in. Where are we? Has everything gone? Line. So I'm going to put a line in. I'm going to put a horizon up there. This is the horizon there. We'll call that number 1. We'll call that number 2. And we'll call that number 3. And somewhere in between. So, text. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Right, so up to the audience, where do you think the horizon is in this particular image? I'll show it you again here. So this is without any lines on. Can you tell me where you think the horizon is in this image? Is it in 1, 2, or 3? Hey, SE Montreal, how's it going?
Good, Ranty. What's up, bro?
Hey, it's going all right. Going all right. Listen, as soon as you just joined, maybe I can ask you this. Can you tell me where the horizon is in this image?
Wow, that's pretty tricky. Straight away you would say 2, but then you look at the 2 boats and you see they're different.
Oh, that's not boats. That's rocks. That's rocks.
Oh, those are rocks.
Yeah, that's rocks in the foreground.
I can't see that good.
Okay, so we've got a couple of rocks. We've got another little rock there. So there's some rocks, and there's the image. Got the numbers up there: 1, 2, and 3. Yeah.
Right, that's better. Okay.
So what are you thinking?
It looks to me like the horizon is, just looking at it quick, behind that 3rd rock there.
Oh, right, yes, so just above number 2. Right, okay. So, right, I've got another image to show you. So, open with paint on it. So, hopefully it's changed a little. Now, can you see a slightly different image? Can you tell me where you think the horizon is in this?
It looks pretty similar. I can just see above. I saw it before, but it was too light. Above the rock, above the first rock, there's like a line going across.
Like there?
Is that what you're
yeah, like there. Is that what you think? Like there?
I can't see your cursor.
Oh, right, you can't see the black line I've put in?
No.
Oh, right, okay, so maybe it's not changed screens for you then. Let me...
I'm looking at it on YouTube because you didn't have it on...
Oh, no, I've opened it up in...
Oh, okay, let me go on that then.
On Discord, yeah. So what are you thinking, maybe...
Okay, got you, yeah.
Maybe there or down here? It's got to be up here, hasn't it?
Up, yeah, it's got to be higher, I mean, for sure. Yeah, up there maybe somewhere, yeah.
And on this one, where did you say on this one?
I said just behind that 3rd small rock.
Just like there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a bit lower, yeah.
Okay. Well, I've got one last image to show you. One last image. Right. So basically, this was a small section cut out of a bigger section, which was part of this actually. This was the left-hand side actually of this rock. so I cut a little bit out. And, you know, you would agree. I mean, it sort of lines up in the same place, doesn't it? You know, the horizon sort of lines up in the same place. I've got one last image to show you, though. Right? Now, this is the full image. This is the full image. So let's scroll in. So this is the full image, right? Where you've seen the horizon. Yeah. We've already said that you thought the horizon was here. Yeah. On the first image, and then when I moved across to the other side, we agreed it was about there, didn't we? On the second image, right? Yep. So similar place. But look what happens when we zoom out.
Oh, Cano.
And there we have Cano in the distance.
Oh,
right? There's Cano.
Yeah, that's a problem here.
And there, funnily enough, there, way up there, that's the actual horizon.
I was waiting for the gotcha. I knew I was playing along.
So I'm going to remove that for the audience that they can see, and then we're going to zoom in. And yes, so there's the sunset. There is the horizon, right? So that's the horizon there. And all of the rest of it is water. So anything in this part here, down here, is just water, yeah? We know it's water because there's the horizon, right? So all this is water, right? Water as far as you can see. Now then, nobody could tell the difference. Nobody could tell the difference between what they thought that was the solid horizon there. Nobody in this, you know, if you look in this location here, can you see the change between the water and the sea? Can you see that change anywhere?
Nope.
Nope, exactly, and that's the point. Like, you wouldn't know if the sun had not been directly behind that mountain at this particular time. Nobody would have known that the horizon was there.
This is beautiful, bro.
They would have.
Damning. This is.
They would
This
have.
is what Ranty does, guys, and this is why we're gonna miss him. Damn it, Ranty.
This is no worries. Well, I actually found this place where he actually took the image from. So I had the name of this island, and I knew that was Cano. So I was able to triangulate a position to find it. And funnily enough, none of this mountain should be seen. Well, what do you know? It shouldn't be seen. I believe, due to Earth curve, I think it should have been way down here. You know, way down there somewhere.
What's the observation height for this picture?
Well, he quotes 320 meters, but the highest elevation that I caught in the position where I think he took it from was about 335 meters, so it was slightly higher. I've given a little higher elevation than that. But the distance is quite astonishing. Let me bring up Google Earth and I'll show you where he took the observation from. Okay, so let me reshare my screen so you can see. Google Earth, right, there we go. So, this is where I think he's took the observation from. Now, he's quoted 320 meters. You can see at the bottom here, you can see the LEV. It says 335, 337. I mean, it's possible he was at the edge here, down at 330 meters here. But this is his line of sight. So if we look at the image that we've got, what we have is we have that rock that's in the foreground, we have the trees of that's there, and then we have the hill that's in the foreground. So all these three are in exact position. In fact, let me scroll in so that you can see that a little bit better. There we go. So if we line that up, what you see is you see the trees of this little hill here, the edge of this rock here, and then you see the that little rock that's in the foreground. So we know that's the rock that we're looking through, and this is the line of sight that he was looking at. Problem is, even on Google Earth doesn't show Cano right now from this position. You know, as you would expect. So
there's no explanation for that. No way. Only thing they have is refraction. That's it.
Well, that's it. It's like, okay, well, but it's isn't it confusing how high the horizon looks here, right? Look how the horizon looks here. This is globe mathematics, right? Now, the globe horizon is, well, let's go back to where he's taken the observation from first. So let's scroll down a tad. Let's get a bit lower. Right, so it's around here. So now look where the horizon should be in relation to the hill. Right, there's the hill. It's relatively close. You know, I mean, it's not a million miles higher than that hill in the foreground. But when we look at the image, hey, look at that. Oh, okay, I'm not changed screens, have I?
No, not yet.
I hate using this. Look at that. Should be all lost to Earth curve.
Wow.
Lost to Earth curve. Anyway, I thought that was a pretty interesting observation. And when Ruhif showed this yesterday, my first impression was like, how far away is that horizon? You know, because it looks like it's coming up to eye level. You know, it has to be said, it does look like it's rising to eye level. And they say that the eye line of the horizon never rises to eye level. Well, I would disagree with that. It doesn't look like we're looking down, does it?
Not at all. On the contrary.
You know, and I think the distance is like 178 miles. 178 miles to Mount Cano.
Wow.
That is a long way. In kilometers, that's about 300 and odd.
Yeah, that is a beautiful picture.
Globe killer, mate. It's a globe killer.
Oh yeah. I like the other one better. Yesterday the sun was on top and Rumpus was saying, well, it's reflecting, but it seems like from the... How could it be reflecting when it's on top? But he was on a roll, so I didn't get a chance to ask him that.
Well, maybe they'll stop by in a moment and have a chat with us. If Ruhif is around, I'd be interested to know why he actually sent me this image, because I wouldn't have found this one. But to me, it looks like the plane is just extending. You know, it looks like it's just extending further and further and further, and it's rising up the whole way. You know.
Yep. Perspective. Yep.
To 178 miles away. You know, everything should be dropping away from the observer.
It's going the wrong direction.
I think, let me do the calculations on this. 178 miles it is. Let me get the Metabunk up. Curve calculator, here we go. So if I go to 178 miles and we go to a metric of 335 meters. I know he said 320, but we'll go to 335. That gives a geometric hidden of 3.84 kilometers. Right?
Oh, that's nothing.
Right. Okay, let me try it again. A geometric hidden of 2.38 miles.
You're making much to do about nothing, Ranty.
2.38 miles. Now.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
That is a problem.
That
Unless
is.
You can believe something got lifted 2.8 miles. You said.
Pretty much. I mean, we're seeing quite a lot of that mountain. You know, we're seeing at least half of it, if not more. You know, we've got the inferior mirage that runs through that, so it's kind of tricky to know what's going on inside of the inferior mirage, which is, even that's too thick. Let's get it even thinner. There we go. There's the inferior mirage, but we also know we get all kinds of little things happening just in the inferior mirage, a bit of downward compression and all that kind of thing. Who's to know what exactly is going on here? And from yesterday's comparison that we did, you know that the hard horizon, funnily enough, when you've got this inferior mirage, wasn't the hard horizon. Did you know that? When I compared the two images and I lined them up, I overlaid them side by side. One had an inferior mirage on and one just had a beautiful observation. Well, when you put the inferior mirage on, right, so the inferior mirage one, and let me just put this there, right, so the horizon on the inferior mirage was showing just like it is now, there, right, but yet without the inferior mirage, the horizon was lower by about so much, yeah? You know, when I was flicking back and through it, and I said, isn't that weird, what's going on with this inferior mirage? Now, I've long suspected that. I've long suspected that the inferior mirage creates a bit of a fata brumosa as well at the bottom. And with what Brandon Toy was doing with his research, that would back that up too. So it's quite possible that we get this inferior mirage that starts there. You see the mirror reflection at this point, but when you remove all those effects, you don't get the inferior mirage. The horizon suddenly falls down to about here. You know, it drops substantially. So that's actually a fata brumosa, this part of the inferior mirage. Now, obviously, needs more research for sure. Definitely needs more research. But it was definitely shown on yesterday's. Let's see if I can get that image up. I might have saved it somewhere. Did I? Hang on, let me see if I've saved it.
We can play with the final details as much as we want, and sure, we can do that. But bottom line is, we shouldn't be seeing this.
Well, yeah, exactly. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah, so I've. So can you see what I've done here? I've overlaid the two. I've got the mountains to line up perfectly. Look at the size of the sun. Firstly, you got all this different size here, and when we come further down and we actually look at the center of the inferior mirage, which is there, the real horizon is down here. There. Ooh.
Okay.
And hang on, put it up further, tad there. Right. Happy days. Definitely a difference between what you see of the inferior mirage and where the real horizon is, and definitely we get a different size of sun at different times. So that nonsense about the sun always remaining the same size is just crap.
Well, yeah, of course, but they have a backup to that. What they say is Oh, when we meet when it's high in the sky, but of course when it goes lower, the thick atmosphere changes it. But wait a minute, didn't you say that the sun never changes size during the day? Right?
Mm-hmm. They did. They did. But
So
I'm still going to say that what we're seeing here is not the sun. It is glare of the sun. I believe wholeheartedly that the actual sun is probably no more than that size, somewhere in here. More likely at the top. You know, it's more likely at the top. But going further away, of course, it will drop due to perspective. But what will happen is this will just get smaller as it goes further away, like so. Goes further away, smaller, and then the light rays just lower through the atmosphere due to refraction. So you actually see the glare setting, whilst the real sun is just going further away. And of course, due to perspective, that real sun's going further away like so, so it is lowering in your perspective view, but it's getting smaller like so. And eventually it goes to about maybe there, let's say, and you just see the final puff of the sun setting. You actually see the glare setting, by which time the light from this object, let's say whatever it is, doesn't reach the observer and it just disappears. That's why you sometimes get that green flash. You know, how many times have we observed that? The green flash at sunset.
yep, this is a really nice picture.
Where it just finishes off, just goes away.
Yeah, it just goes.
Yeah, just disappears. And we've seen lots of disappearing suns where we think we're looking at the sun at sunset. Dearth did one recently where it looks like you're looking at the sun, and all of a sudden you're seeing the sun, and then the next thing, the sun's gone, disappeared. Where did that go? You know, what happened to it? Did it just get erased? No, it didn't get erased. It just, the light wasn't able to penetrate through the atmosphere anymore. And obviously on that particular day, the sun's rays just dissipated before it even got to a sunset. I understand that implicitly. The Globers have a lot of difficulty to understand that. I'm not even looking at the chat right now, but I can imagine they're all saying things like bollocks. I might check the chat in a moment just to check, but yeah, that's what I would suspect. But I feel that this is what's happening at sunset. So we'll see what happens. See if anybody follows that research up.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Before you mentioned it, and you have an even better picture than this, it was perplexing to me. No explanation was sufficient enough until I heard what you said. Then I go, wait a minute, he's onto something here. You know, it looks like the sun's on top and it's glaring on the bottom, and it could be just moving away. That's a plausible explanation.
Definitely agree. Definitely agree. What's Pete Shea saying? Ranty has admitted water all the way. The reflections must therefore be down to the water itself. Ranty is reluctant to ever admit this for years now. Not at all, Pete. Just because the water extends all that way doesn't mean that is what's caused the cause of the inferior mirage, Pete. There's a difference between a reflection and an inferior mirage. There's a big difference. Pete doesn't seem to understand that. You know, close up stuff, you get these inferior mirages. We see them all the time. Definitely not caused by the water, Pete Shea.
And also, a mirage is an inverted image. Let's keep that in mind.
Dr. John D, logical antecedent. Seeing the non-inverted object, an inverted mirage means the object is where you are seeing it along a straight line of sight, as presented in his Black Swan video. Yes, if anybody hasn't actually seen Dr. John's amazing work that he's been doing down on the South Coast, I highly recommend that you go and subscribe to his channel. That's Dr. Space John, John space D, just D for D, Dr. John D. Great channel, great observations, great person, does a lot of research. Definitely go and subscribe and check out his Black Swan video for sure. Rachel, you're forgiven for being late. And how's it going, Bob? How's it going? Nice to see you in. Right. Okay, is Aaron back yet? Is he around?
I don't think so. Aaron is never this quiet.
What's happened to Aaron? Logan's Run says, ranty, bollocks to the globe. Yeah, exactly.
Amen to that.
Exactly. And I've had several emails as too from people wishing me luck with the job and all. So thank you very much for that. It's nice to get some nice emails for a change, and people just having a chat with you, which was quite good. And yeah, other people saying things like, "Oh, have you seen all the trolls out today?" I'm like, "No, I haven't really paid attention." And then I went and had a look, and sure as eggs were eggs, the trolls have descended on the channel. And
yeah, they're all giddy. Ranty is leaving. Ranty gave it up. Oh, blah blah blah.
And I believe Fight the Flat Earth put a community post out too about it. It's like, let me read what his community post said. Here we go. Let's have a look. Fight the Flat Earth. Where is he? Here he is. Let's go to community post. Right, let's show this over here. So, share my screen with you. In case you haven't seen it, you might not have seen this. So he said, Flat Earth is gasping for air, right? Apparently. But it is still...
Sorry, right?
But it is still sinking, right? In the same week, right, that both Quantum Eraser and myself realise that Flat Earth is dead and bow out. I mean, what a leap of logic that is. Now, I don't know what's happening with Quantum Eraser. I have no idea, but let me tell you something, Fight the Flat Earth. You don't spell quantum like that. That's not his name. Quantum Eraser is not. That's how it's not spelled. And so just a heads up there. Anybody know what's happened with Quantum Eraser? Because to be honest, like I say, I've not really been following. But apparently, it's because we believe that Flat Earth is dead.
They're full of crap. I heard the Quantum Eraser himself say that. How did he put it? He said he's not going away, but he's concentrating on his first love, which is, damn it. What did he say? I'm sorry, I got brain block here now.
That's fine.
It'll come to me. It'll come to me. But it's not. He's not abandoning anything.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Oh, I've had a super sticker from that flat fellow. Thank you very much for the 99 cents.
It's Sorry, Ranty. It's evolution. He's going back to concentrate more on evolution and stuff like that.
Okay, no worries. And here's the thing: if every single person that watched these shows gave a super sticker of 99 cents, then there'd be a lot more hanging around and a lot more of this research going on. But unfortunately, 99% of the people that watch this show don't support it financially in any way, shape or form. That's just the way it is. And it's sorry to say, but that's just an actual fact. I went through the past year. I was looking through the super chats and just seeing how many actual individual people contributed to the stream. And there was a total of 35 individuals in total who made a donation, and of them, 12 of them, 35 individuals, only ever donated one time, which says that, what's that left? That's 23 people are regular people that support the show, which means that there's over 5,000 people, and 1,800 views normally is what these streams get, so let's say 1,500 people watch it. That's at least 1,450 people that don't or have never ever once supported the show in any way, shape or form. And that's why shows like this will just die out, because they're not getting the support like Fight the Flat Earth is, with his 90 super chats from 60 different people on just his last two shows. So how can you compete? How can channels like this compete with support like that from his subscribers, when my subscribers and Flat Earth subscribers in general, for the most part, sit on the hands and just don't help out. It's just the way it is. It's just a fact. And I'm not having a go at anybody. I'm not making any. Everyone to their own. But when you go out to the restaurant, you tip the waiter or you tip the waitress. Or if you get a taxi home, you'll give a tip to the taxi driver. Well, this platform and other platforms like it, including like Nathan Oakley's, Jeronisms and things like that, we provide content to you guys almost every single day. A lot of research and a lot of effort goes into it, and you never tip your hat to the bus driver or the taxi driver or the waitress. You could call us the waitress, the waiter, it doesn't really matter, but you never do that. And that's to 99% of the people that are subscribers to this channel. It's just the way it is. I can't force people to make that decision. It's up to them. But in the real world, they'll definitely help out with, a tip of the hat to the waiter or the waitress, but they won't do it for shows like this. It's just the way it is. What do you want me to say?
You're absolutely right, Ranty.
Shout out to Paige. Super sticker, thank you very much, Paige. And NZ for the 5, is that New Zealand dollars there? NZ, thank you for the 5 New Zealand dollars. Yeah, so as I say, it's, I'm not having a go at anybody. I'm just saying it as it is. People subscribe to this channel because I just say it as it is. I just say the truth as I see it. I've called out flat earthers before. I've called out when they've been wrong. I've stuck my head above the parapet many a times to be shot at. It's just the way it is. And listen, there's plenty of channels out there that still need the support of flat earthers that are subscribed to this channel and other channels, and those channels need the support too. But if you're not supporting those channels either, then this thing is going to happen. Jaren has a very good saying about this: support what you love or it goes away. Do you know what I mean? That's what they say. Support what you love or it goes away. And unfortunately, like Fight the Flat Earth, his channel's going to be along for a very long time, judging by the support he gets. So if you want to see Flat Earth dying out, that's a reason why Flat Earth will. It's not because of the arguments. It's not because of the lack of research. It's not because we can't fight these guys. It's just that with the level playing field isn't a level playing field. People that support Flat Earth don't put their hand in the pocket. People that support channels like Fight the Flat Earth get off on giving him money and getting excited like little children, but just the way it is, he'll continue to do stuff like that because he's getting support for it. We don't. Just simple. Oh, Logan's run. Thank you for the super chat. I'm back and earning again, Nancy. Wonderful, mate. Wonderful. That's really good to hear. I've got a job that I'm starting next week. So, so it's about time we started getting back into work. Oh, good stuff. Right, okay. Jack653653 says, what's your PayPal? Email me. Jack, listen, my PayPal, Patreon, all they're in the show descriptions right now. If you just look underneath the, just look in the description of the channel, it's there. It's been on every show. I've told people about the situation. Listen, it's not just me either anyway, and I hate to be talking about this because I told you guys about this a few months ago and hoped that things would change around, but it didn't. But there's Nathan Oakley out there, there's other channels that are doing stuff that are really suffering right now. I've watched Nathan's show recently. He's getting no support over there either. It's like, where's all the support for Flat Earth gone? Where's all these super chats gone? Where's people putting a hand in the pocket and saying, we support you, we thank you for the work, we enjoy listening to your content, here, have a beer, here, have a whatever, thank you. Where's that? Nobody's doing that. But they do it for the Globers. I'm sorry I'm ranting, but you want me to tell you the truth, guys. I'm just telling you the truth. And if this is offending anybody, I do feel sorry, but it's just me telling you the simple truths of it. You want to hear it? That's what I'm telling you. It's not that we don't love Flat Earth anymore and we don't believe in it. It's that we just can't afford to do it anymore. Guys, we just can't. We've got bills to pay. We've got to eat. We've got to put food on the table. We've got to pay our bills. Just simple as that.
Absolutely right. You have to make a living, and if you're going to spend 3 hours researching Flat Earth and then 4 hours on the show, that's 7 hours. That you should get paid for that. That's a day's job right there. So
Hey, listen, people like Globebusters does a tremendous show each week. If anybody thinks that he throws that show together in just a couple of hours before he goes live, you're absolutely ridiculous. He does a day job during the day, and then he'll probably sit down doing 2 or 3 hours work every single night, doing each segment for his show. So he probably puts in a good 15 hours as well as his show just in getting his one weekly show out, right? And I know that's the amount of effort that you put in at least to that kind of work, right? To get those kind of shows out. I know that, and then there's all the other things that go along with it. It's not just the show. You've got your Facebook. I've got a Facebook group, not just a Facebook thing, but a group that I run. I've got my Twitter. I don't use it as much as I should do, Twitter, but I still do use it. I've got a Skype group. I've got a Discord group, which I'm always debating the Globers in there and putting stuff out. I answer all my emails. I'm always talking to people. I get at least 10 emails every day that I have to respond to. And then I have to prepare the show, right? And then I look at other people's research that they send me, and if it's good enough, I'll put a video together. And then I do the show. I'm easily doing this 12 hours every day, but that's what you do. When you're passionate about something, you're passionate. Everyone, I think, in every single person that's a content creator in this industry, well, it's not an industry, but in this line of research, is absolutely committed to the cause, absolutely committed to it, right? And they love doing it because it's a passion for them. But sometimes you get sucked in, right? You definitely get sucked into it, right? And I started off this channel. I didn't intend it to go down this route. That was never the plan, to actually end up doing these kind of streams and these sort of shows. It wasn't that sort of thing. I was happy to let Nathan do his show and me be a bit part player on that. But when things changed around on there, when Quantum Eraser joined and everything seemed to go a little bit pear-shaped, I decided that the audience, my subscribers, deserved better. And that's why I decided to do this show, because I thought that people are missing out on the argument between the Globers and the Flat Earthers, and we're missing out on that valuable back and forth and actually listening to them, right? Nathan's very hardcore, it's a very hardcore. I'm a bit more lax here because I like to get into I'll give them their space. I'll give them their gravity if they want to, but I'll still try and ask them to prove it, But it's kind of like a more mellow situation because I felt that's what it was going back to the grassroots, that's what we needed. And nobody else was prepared to do it. I said to Nathan, I wanted him to do this kind of format, but he refused to do it. So I decided to do it myself. So I never intended to actually do this, just fell into it. And of course, then you see how many people watch the show and you realise it's quite a popular show. You realise you're getting 1,000 viewers, 1,000 people watching, and then there's 1,500 people watching the show. I mean, my last few shows, I've had 1,800, 2,000 people watching over the period of 2 or 3 days.
Popular, Randy.
Yeah.
Damn right it is.
So you think to yourself, well, people enjoy this. People are I'm getting 1,500 individual people turning up to watch this show. And I enjoy it. That's great. It's great content, great chat, great information, great panelists. Great panelists. And for my subscriber base, which is just over 5,000, to get 1,500 or 1,800 views on each video, that's quite high. That's quite a high turnover of for views versus subscribers. But unfortunately, that doesn't translate to people helping. All my videos get demonetized. It's just the way it is. I don't make any money from my demonetized videos, so anytime there's 1,800 views on a video doesn't mean I'm going to make any money from it, because I get copyright strikes. You just don't make any money off of them. Simple as that. So my entire channel makes money from super chats, which is very infrequent recently. The past 3 months for everybody, it's the same for everybody, except if you're a Globe Earther. If you're a Globe Earther, then you're rolling in it. You can print money. If you're a Simon Dan, you've got, or you're a Fight the Flat Earth, or anybody like that, yeah, money's no object. People supporting their channels is no problem. They can roll around in it all day long. If you're a Flat Earther, it's really tough. Really, really tough. And I don't think people appreciate how difficult it is to try and put the amount of effort in to do these kind of shows and make it as interesting and diverse and knowledgeable, and get these shows ready and going, and realizing that to do that you have to virtually do it full time. So you can't do a regular job at the same time. And if this isn't supplementing what you would need to survive, then something has to give, And I've done this for the past 6 months now, put full time in this, basically done it full time for 6 months. And when I got my pay last month from a whole month of YouTube, and it was $270, I was like, yeah, just $270 for an entire month's work. And I'd done about 40 different videos and shows. There was at least 25 3 or 4 hour live streams, right? And there was individual videos that I'd put together that were taking me 3-4 hours each video to put together. And then when you get $270 for a whole month, you put things in perspective. That didn't even pay gas and electric, for a month.
Wow, it's sad.
So, and people
I wish
don't
you the
understand.
best in your new job, bro. That's all I could say.
So that's me moaning, but I don't really want to moan about that anyway. I just want to let people know that, listen, look, at the end of the day, there are still other content creators out there that you may want to support. If you've seen what's going to happen on this show and know that, it didn't work out for me, but there's still other if you don't want the other content creators to go the same way, you need to start helping out, guys. And we're asking you for support. We might not say it directly all the time. The Globers don't have to say it because they just instantly get money all the time from people helping out. But for flat earthers, it feels, and then you get accused of e-begging, and then you get accused of scamming people and stuff like that. It's like, you just can't win, You just can't win. You feel belittled all the time from the Globers, the trolls descending, and then you've got
the baller trolls are pathetic human beings. It has to be said. You guys are losers of the lowest magnitude.
And you got the flat earthers that turn up. A lot of flat earthers will say, well, the truth should be free. The truth should be free. And yes, of course, yeah, we agree. The truth should be free, but it's not. And somebody has to dig into the truth and find it, And, in order to do that, you have to put a bit of time and effort in it. And it's just the way it is. It's life. Right, okay, I've had a Howard Moore super chat who says, doing my part to support the globe proofs. Pokes at Ranty. Well, thanks very much, Howard Moore. I do appreciate that. And he is a Glober, actually. He is a Glober, so...
Yeah, he is.
Thank you.
Good on you, Howard.
Right, listen, anyway, I don't want to talk any more about this because I just wanted to set the record straight and say, listen, I'm not leaving Flat Earth because of anything other than the fact that, I need to earn a living. I need to be able to pay my bills. And quite honestly, I can't afford to pay my bills doing this. And if you'd gone back 6 months ago, it didn't matter because I was working, but I got ill. I've got a massive hernia, and I can't work. I cannot work. So it's like I can't do what I've been doing for the past 30 years. My decorating, can't do it. So I've had to take a job on, which is minimum wage, just to get by, because this didn't work out. It's nothing to do with that I'm turning to the globe or I don't believe in flat Earth anymore. It's just a matter of I can't afford to do it. It's simple as that. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to try and stream from the streets whilst I'm eating out of bins?
As you're working, stream as you're working. Well, you can do it, no problem.
Yeah, carry on. We still need a show, and I'm like, yeah, okay. I'll borrow somebody's Wi-Fi. As I'm eating out of the garbage bin. Yeah, that'd be cool. Anyway, listen.
Class act, bro. Nobody could say anything bad about you. If they do, they're losers.
Yeah, I don't. I think you got to do what you got to do, Randy. And I couldn't do what I do and run a show every day or whatever. It takes time. You gotta earn a living, support your family and yourself.
Cheers, Jeremy. Right. Thank you for that. Right, listen, I've had my little moan now because it's just because of Fight the Flat Earth. He triggered me, sort of thing, with his comments. And all the globe trolls that came over gloating about this. I just wanted to let people know that no, I'm not a globe earther, and that the fight will continue. Of course, it will continue. There's plenty of information out there. But the show He's going to have to be sacrificed. It's as simple as that. It's just the way it is. Right, let's carry on. Jeremy, have you got anything for us today, my friend?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's same old, same old. They're still saying the same thing. Your coffee cup's accelerating down when it's sitting still, and there's drop from horizontal that we can't find. We can't make a horizontal, so then they want to say there's drop from it. It's the same thing over and over.
I want to show you. Hang on one sec. Oh, hang on.
SE, I know you were big on the moon landings. Did you ever see the new American Moon documentary? I don't know. It's not new, but
I don't believe I've seen that one. What's the
you
name of it
should-
again?
It's called American Moon, right?
Okay.
You should check that out, bro. You were pretty big on the moon landings. I always hear you bringing it to them with that sometimes.
American Moon, for sure. I'll make a note of it.
And it's like 3 hours long. Yeah, man. They brought up, they made the moon landing, the debunkings of the moon landings, and the people came out and debunked that. But this is like a debunking to that. So it's pretty good. It's a little drawn out, but it has some new points in it and stuff. Yeah, you should check that out.
Will do. Thanks.
Oh,
Yeah, the moon. That's a joke. The moon landing.
Well, funnily enough, you should say that because I've just got an image now. So this was from Flatser. Let me just share my screen. Here we go. So Flatser messaged me before, and he said, "Hey, he's been doing some work on some of the moon landing stuff." And he said, "What's the name of this Gigapan? Have you heard of Gigapan before?"
Absolutely.
You have?
Absolutely. Jeranism used to go over that a little bit.
Okay. Well, he said, "Oh, you'd have a field day on Gigapan. You'd love it over there." I was like, "Okay, well, I'll maybe look into that. Down the line, I'll have a little look." But he said, "Look," he says, he got these images and he stitched them all together. Apparently, he gave me the link to them. The mountainous view near Ballet Crater, it's called. This is from Gigapan. So let me scroll in, and it's interesting. Like I say, he's put these together. You can see where he's put his joins in because there was sort of like a panorama that he made. Now, look at the shadows and which direction they're heading in. Right. So, if you look on the left-hand side, can you see the shadow how it's cast into the left? There's a rock face there, and it's cast into the left. Here we have something else and it's cast into the left, yeah? You'll definitely agree that the shadows are definitely going to the left on this part. And when we come across to this side, funnily enough, so this is still the same, the same composite that is put together. And now look what side when we're scrolling.
Which is what happens when you're using
pictures like this. Dozens and dozens.
Yeah, this is... See, I have an issue with Mythbusters because they try to debunk this shadow thing. But they used a close light source inside a warehouse to do it. And I'm like, duh, you're not... That's how we got the shadows. They're like, look, we can make shadows go different ways. As they're using a close light source inside a warehouse. I'm like, you guys you're killing me.
Well,
yeah.
So anyway, he's put this together himself. He was looking into it. And I just thought it was really cool. I thought the fact that, how are you going to get two shadows over such a short area unless you have a single light source that's much closer and probably between the two of them, at some point. It's probably going to be up here somewhere, casting down on the whole set, because I think it was a set that did it, isn't it? Stanley Kubrick was supposedly the architect behind all this, wasn't he?
That's what they say.
Didn't he get killed off as well?
I'm not sure if he did. If Kubrick did, I'm not sure about that. But apparently all this was shot in an old, those inflatable big balloons there? The huge ones? Apparently in a hangar of one of those.
Right, okay. Well, this is the only image that I can find that I've actually seen that shows, I don't know, some kind of horizon that you would say is somewhat far away. But then when you look into it, I've got to say that it's quite possible that the horizon is where the cursor's going through here, real horizon, and these are just images that are on a wall.
Oh yeah, that's how they do it. Yeah, that's exactly it, Randy.
You know.
Have you seen Apollo Detectives?
Oh no, I haven't. No.
Oh, check it out, bro, on YouTube. They go through all this stuff.
See, that to me looks like the edge of the floor or the corner of the walls, let's say, and then that looks like it's just painted on the wall.
It's projection. It's back projection, I believe, the technique they used.
Oh, is it? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all the other images that we've looked at recently, you'll notice how close the horizon is, as well. You know, that horizon is what, 100 meters away.
Yeah, there's even one picture, speaking of that, where the LEM, you see the shadow, it's touching the horizon almost.
Yes, that's right. And
it's ridiculous. There's so much of this. I can talk about this all day long.
Well, yeah, I was showing that. Did I show that a couple of days ago where it was almost touching the horizon? I think it was. And in order, well, there's just no way that you wouldn't have had an extended moon surface, even if you give it them that they were on some kind of hill, right? You know, the hill would have to have been, I don't know, half a mile high probably, to avoid seeing any extra land beyond that. Because even on a hill, if you're on a hill, I might have some images of me on a hill actually. I climbed Ben Nevis some time ago now. Let me have a look for that. I've got it on my channel actually. Yeah, hang on. Your channel. Let me find the video. And I'm pretty sure that you see extra land from a hill. Ben Nevis. Let's have a look. Ah, yes, I did. Here we go, I've got the video. Let me share it with you guys. Do you know, this damn near killed me. It was horrible. Anyway.
Are you showing it?
Yeah, I'm going to share it now. Hang on, just one sec.
Okay. I thought you.
Okay. Right, here we go. So yeah, this was me at the bottom, and what an idiot I was. I have to say, I was at the bottom, right, and I looked up and I saw this hill here, and I thought that's not very high. But the direction to it was for Ben Nevis. It said this, you know, this is Ben Nevis here, and I thought, well, maybe it is Ben Nevis. Maybe, you know, because like you do. Maybe this is Ben Nevis. You know, maybe that is like that high. Maybe that's it. I thought, oh well, that's a piece of piss. I can climb that, no problem. You know, get up there. It's not a problem. So you had to go you had to go to the left, to the right, I think, and then you had to wind your way up and wind your way up. Anyway, it gets towards the top, and as I get towards the top, you know, then this is me at the top, and saw this little lake that was, you know, about a quarter of the way up. It was only a quarter of the way up. So I do this pan around, and then I realise, you know, obviously I realised before then, but I film higher up, and this is more. You couldn't see this from the floor, you know, way down there. It was hidden by the hill. So this is like another extended part, and I thought, oh, right, okay. That must be the top of it.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, that must be the top of it, surely. So then, you know, starts climbing up, and oh, there's the lake on the way down. So here's climbing up the hill. There's the side of the rock face. Still going higher up still. But this is a good way of saying it. We're on a hill now, and the land down here is only, what, 10 miles away, 15 miles away, and it's all illuminated by whatever. So even if you was on a hill, right now we're currently at about 1,000 feet. So we're on 1,000 feet hill, but you still see an extended piece of land behind. So going back to the LEM, when you see the hard horizon, you don't see any land behind that. Well, they say they're on a hill. Well, if you're on a hill, you'd still see land extending beyond the hill, because you're on the moon. The moon is a third the size of the Earth. It's ginormous, right? You know,
it's hard to do that in a studio, Auntie.
Anyway, cut a long story short, every time I thought I'd got to the top, we hadn't. And every time we thought we got to the top again, we hadn't. And it was just another hill and another hill and another hill. Look at that for a beautiful image at the top of this, towards the top of Ben Nevis. These are all the other hills poking through the clouds. It was just.
Wow. Where's this at again?
This is Ben Nevis. This is in Scotland.
Holy cow!
So.
Amazing! Look at that.
It's amazing, isn't it?
So you climbed you climbed to the clouds, but originally you just wanted to go up a few feet, no?
Yeah, when I was at the bottom, I didn't realise it was quite as high as that. I think I'd have turned back if I could tell you some stories after this. I tell you, when we going down again, it took us just as long to go down, and oh my goodness, the following 3 or 4 days afterwards, my muscles seemed like they'd parted from my legs. You know, the top part of your leg. It just felt like the muscles had parted because we hadn't done any training for this, and we climbed it, and it was 10 hours up and down, and yeah, I went to walk down the stairs at this pub we were staying in the next day, and I was aching. I knew I was aching, and when I got to the top of the stairs and I went to put my leg down, my whole leg gave way. I just fell down the stairs, the whole flight. And
at least you got some pictures. At least that.
Yeah.
Stunning, may I say, stunning.
Stunning, aren't they? Beautiful.
Yeah.
And coming back, anytime we came back to the pub and had to go upstairs, I had to climb up on my bum because I couldn't lift my legs up. But anyway, here's the point, right? Here's the point. So if you're in the lander, so here's the lander, and you're right near the edge of this hill, because clearly the shadow is almost touching the end of the hill. Well, you've still got all this land that should be extending way, way off into the distance, yeah? And the sun should be illuminating it, right? Now, I've seen the lunar landing, right, where they've landed, and they definitely weren't landing on something that was 1,000 feet tall, right? It was maybe, I don't know, 30 feet, if that. And it's probably in a crater rather than anything. But even then, it wasn't even a crater because the horizon, that was only just a few hundred feet away, was lower than the person that they were filming. So they couldn't have been in a crater.
No, they were not in a crater.
No, they weren't.
Sure. Yeah.
But if they had been on a hill, like they're trying to say, you would definitely see land like so that would be illuminated. So you'd have the hard horizon where the hill was, and then you'd have an extended plain that would be lit up, you know.
I challenge anybody to find a picture like this from NASA. Any of the Apollo missions, I challenge anybody to show a picture like this. There hasn't been any. I've been checking and checking. You're onto something, Ranty. This is a fact. Not one picture like this. I challenge anybody to show one.
So anyway, that was my hike up to Ben Nevis. It was a trauma, I tell you, but I enjoyed it. It was definitely worth it. Right, what are we doing now? I've forgotten what I was doing. Right, let me find that image that he was mentioning. It was the NASA one, wasn't it?
Yeah, the one with the shadow that was almost touching the horizon.
Yes. Yeah. Let me see if I can bring that image up. Aaron, are you back yet? Bet he's not, is he? That was Cano. Project Apollo Gallery. That was it. So I think it was Apollo 11, wasn't it? Right,
I'm not sure which one it was. There's so many fake ones. They're all fake anyways. It's hard to keep up with them. The dust on the pads, all kinds. The blast crater.
The blast crater.
Yeah. The cameras, the film, the batteries. There's so many things. The homeless tweak shelter.
Right, was it this one? Hang on, I should really have saved these images. Okay, that's one. There's another one. We need to see the lunar lander in the foreground with it. So, look Look how close the horizon is to that. There's a better one than that, though. There is a better one than that. It's much closer than that. And the Globers will hold on to this nonsense that they went to the moon, right?
Yep.
And they'll suck it up every time they turn around and say, well, we're going to have to cancel going in this particular year because we didn't get the funding. Or we're going to have to cancel this year because we've got other things that we want to do, right? How many years is it since they last went?
Every 4 years, they come up with a different story. Now you're going to see in 2024, they're going to come up with another story. Oh, this and that. It was the COVID. My cat's paw. I had to bring it for an operation.
COVID on the moon.
Yeah. Moonvid. Look at that pristine pad, you know, I mean, no dust. I mean, we can go on and on. It's comical at this point.
It's shocking. Even if this was on a hill, right? Even if we give this on a hill, right? The size.
You zoom in? Are you showing something now? Because we just see a very small image.
Oh yes. Are you not seeing this then? The Apollo Gallery.
No, we're seeing like a page with writing on.
Oh right, okay. So it must be that it doesn't change for you then. Let me share my entire screen then. Hang on. Screens. Right. There you go. So you might see a different image now.
Yeah.
Right, wonderful. Right, okay. So, yeah, I mean, just like I was on Ben Nevis, right? If you was at the top of the hill, you would see an extended plane beyond this darkness. This darkness here, right, wouldn't be darkness, right? It would be an extended plane, right? That you would just see more and more land from, right? So you'd see a hard horizon here that you could see. Beyond it, you'd see more land. We don't see that ever in any of these images, ever. Yeah.
And another thing, you ever see when they take their dune buggy ride?
Yep.
Right? You're never gonna see the dune buggy disappear behind the horizon. It just goes almost up to it, and then it just turns back. Have a look, and you're gonna see. They think we're stupid, you know? They're driving in the movie set and around.
But listen, a lot of flat earthers have already covered these images over and over and over.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I heard on the Discord some Globers arguing that there was no moon dust. Right? They were saying, can you prove that there was dust on the moon? Because they were saying about the lunar lander, saying, okay, well, why was there no dust on the feet of the lunar lander? You know, why was there no dust anywhere? Right? And says, well, can you prove that there was dust on the moon? Look at these footprints, right?
Yep. And
now,
look what's all around it. Looks like dust to me, right?
Yes.
Little pebbles, dust, things that you would think if a rocket of 10,000, which they say reduced to 4,000 or 5,000 pounds of thrust, you'd think it'd be able to throw some of that around, no?
Mm-hmm.
And possibly even make like a crater, wouldn't you think?
Well, there's so many reasons to believe that they didn't go to the moon, and I don't know how the Globers just don't accept that they just weren't able to go there. It's just as simple as that. I mean, they didn't have the protective suits to survive the journey through the Van Allen belt for a start, right? And they didn't.
Oh, definitely not. Yep.
And these astronauts weren't even aware of the danger of the supposed Van Allen belt, right? They weren't even aware of it.
Alan Bean was asked, and he didn't know. He had no clue.
Yeah, and he says, "Well, you went through the Van Allen belt. How come you didn't get vaporized?" Oh well,
we didn't know.
We didn't know about it.
That was his answer. I mean, come on. What do you need somebody to bang it over a head, like over your head with a hammer? Like, the astronaut himself did not know.
Well, if you don't know about something, listen, if you get bitten, right, by a poisonous spider, but you don't know it's a poisonous spider, you'll live. Did you know that?
That makes perfectly good sense to me. Yep. NASA logic.
Mm-hmm. You know, if you get bitten by a rattlesnake, and it's the most poisonous rattlesnake on Earth, but somebody tells you that it wasn't very poisonous at all, you live.
Yeah. According to Mr. Bean, yeah.
So, anybody that thinks that this thing just landed on the moon,
Let's look how close the horizon is. Just look at that. You can touch
Well,
it, like.
the point that everyone should be asking, really, more than anything, is why is that not zooming in? Where's the plus sign gone? There we go. No, it's not working. Why is that? Huh. Won't allow me to zoom in on it. You can see the moon prints of the feet, right? So you've got 2 footprints there that, you know, as a rough guess, maybe an inch deep. You know, that may be sunken maybe an inch. But yet this lunar lander hasn't done anything.
Nothing, yeah. Just
Nothing.
like it's been placed there.
Yeah.
By a crane, maybe.
And the amount of thrust that's been coming out of the rockets at the bottom, by all intents and purposes, should have already have blown this dust away that's just a few meters away from the actual landing site. So these footprints should not have existed in the first place. Right? They should not have even been there because there should have been no dust there.
According to them, because there was rock underneath, yeah. That's their other excuse. Well, of course there was no crater. It landed on a rock. Yeah.
Yeah, but there should be no dust there to create
Exactly.
the footprint. You know, because it would have been blown away.
Yeah, and even more so if it landed on a rock, like they claim. Yep.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the gullible will be gullibled into believing that they actually went to the moon and apparently left some reflectors there. Professor Phil Bell still believes that they're able to target that particular object and get a return beam from it.
Oh, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What was the conversation like? So let's pretend the LEM landed, right? And it was Buzz and Armstrong in there, right? Like, hey, do you want to go? Do you want to go first? Right? You know?
Hey, I'm glad you're here, Aaron. I'm gonna take 10-minute break because I have to have supper. I'll be back, guys.
No worries.
I'll be listening.
And so, you know, think about that. This foreign place nobody's ever been to, and this should all be recorded. First of all, right? All their conversations, everything about the mission should be recorded. And that conversation there was like, well, was it like this? Like, well, okay, Buzz, let's just suit up. Yep, no worries, right? No problem. Or they were like, I don't know about this, man.
Come
like,
on.
you know.
Do
Like,
you know,
Buzz, dude, if we open that door, we have no idea, right? You know.
Yeah, we have no idea if we're going to die immediately.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yes. Yeah.
But how did they even? I mean, come on. I mean, seriously. Look, here's something for you, right? When you put one of those gloves on, right, to put your hand inside of a vacuum, right? So you put your hand in one of those vacuum things, you know, a vacuum chamber, and you've got a glove, a hold.
Yeah.
When they try to grab something, right, inside the vacuum chamber, using the glove, right, they can't even bend the fingers, right?
Exactly.
They can't even bend the fingers because there's so much pressure, not allowing them to be able to bend the fingers. But yet, apparently, these astronauts that are flying around in these spacesuits can bend their fingers no problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
I
happen.
get you, right?
Yeah.
And on top of that too, it was like who suited up who in the LEM, right? Because it's all one piece. I don't think the gloves, you know, twist on. You put the gloves on last or something. I'm not sure. I think you kind of, and you somebody has to zip it up or something, whatever it is. And then how does that dude that's already suited up with his helmet, with his pack on, you know, start moving around that little tiny LEM with, I think it was like 10 cubic feet of space they had, right? And then Buzz was trying to climb into his suit, and then Oh my
Yeah,
God.
how did they? Yeah, exactly. How did they zip each other up?
Mm-hmm.
How did they not make a mistake and get,
Yeah.
instantly, decompressed? Instant decompression inside of that lunar lander. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you having a laugh?
Yep.
They are having a laugh, aren't they? They're definitely having a laugh. I mean, it's
Absolutely.
just retarded. They wouldn't do it now. They wouldn't. They wouldn't do it now. It wouldn't be possible to do it now.
I don't. We say that, but like we have no idea how far technology. Well, I was thinking about this last
Well,
night too.
here's the thing: we can't even get to the deepest oceans. We can't.
Yeah.
We only have explored 5% of the world's oceans, but they want us to believe that we've gone to fucking Mars, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, did you see how they landed those things on Mars?
Well, here's the problem, right? We've explored 5% of the land and water that we know of, and but 100% of the people will believe whatever we tell them, even about the land we live on. Well, it's a ball. Boom. Everyone believes it, right? So you just show a picture of a rover on Mars. Boom. Right? You just have they've already captured the mind of folks. So how easy would it be just to keep going with that, right? I don't know.
I posted a video in. Let me just see if anybody's actually commented on it first. Now, nobody's really commented on it. So it was Pink Floyd's "Another Brick in the Wall." Have you heard that?
Yeah, I clicked on the video, but then shit came up, so I didn't watch the video.
Well, it's an old song. So it was an old song by Pink Floyd. I remember it when I was young, when I was a kid. So it's "We don't need no education." That's what they sing. Yeah. We don't want to be a brick in the wall. Teach us, leave your kids alone. Yeah, exactly. And it was so ahead of its time. It was so ahead of its time because they were basically saying, look, you're being indoctrinated to just be a brick in the wall. Yep. And you look around at the globers, and that's just what they are. They're just bricks. Yep. There's no individuality. They're all the same color. They're cut the same shape. They all end up making a brick wall, right? There's no, and they're all told that this is what you are. There's no half bricks.
Yeah, you're all part of the structure, right? That all the bricks together create.
Exactly.
And if enough of you get out of the wall, or you just remove yourself from the wall, the whole thing will collapse. So we have to reinforce the wall. Right? We have to reinforce you. Each individual brick has to be reinforced so that a few don't leave and create a hole, and then it falls in on itself, right?
It's interesting, the 1960s and the 1970s, some of the music that came out back then, some of the bands that were out singing real music, none of this pop culture bollocks now that they sing, none of that shit, but real music, with real artists, real people that had something to say, something that meant something. All those iconic songs, those iconic bands, the iconic music, they're all basically singing from the same hymn sheet if you actually listen to what they're actually trying to say. And they're all telling you the same sort of story, what we're telling you now. They're all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
They're all trying to warn you of what's going down, of the elites. They're all trying to warn you of the dangers that are going to happen, what's going to, they're not even being psychic, they're just being woke back then. Because, I think back then, they could see the change that was happening. That people were more free to...
Well, and what music back then, let's say, wasn't as highly centrally controlled. So if somebody made a song about whatever topic where they're telling just heartfelt, this is the truth, right? And they make a song about it, and music is the soul and the heartbeat of all humans, right? We latch on to the beat and the words, and And so they would distribute their tapes or recordings locally, right? Not through some huge production company until like the 80s, late 70s, 80s, you know. And so you know, music or a information was spread more locally and by word of mouth, right? So they could speak more freely. Today, you cannot say bad things about any of the wall, the structure, right? You know, some rappers can just, you know, rap about the president or some crap, but it's nothing real. You know, it's all just fake. But back then, they were talking about really local level issues, country issues, world issues, and then your mindset, right? You're being taught how to think, and I'm here to sing to you. That's not true, right? This is, you know, more human level.
Yeah, the music back then was so much better. I mean, I've started listening to it back now. You know, I mean, just so much different,
But
so real.
Think about this, Ranty. You know, music today is all trance beat, pretty much, right? Trance beat, and I like it, right? You know, you turn on one of your songs today, trance beat, whatever it is, and kind of some vocals in the background, and it's so addicting. Like, it just sounds so good, right? Whatever hertz or frequency they're using, you know. And so that's how music has transformed, you know, into a trance, puts you in a trance. You know, even though some of the vocal lyrics today are saying like, you know, you're a slave, or, you know, you're trapped, or your mind, like you've lost your mind. That'll be like the hook, right? You know, you've lost your mind, right? But everyone's dancing to it, cheering to it, going to raves and clubs, filling stadiums, you know, with all these bright lights, lasers, and this loud beat, you know. I've been there, so.
Right, we're joined by Mippet69. How's it going?
Hey, Mippet.
Okay, and we're joined by the real Bob Dole.
Hello.
Hello. How is it going? How's it going? Did you hear Right the Hand apparently had a debate yesterday? I didn't actually get a chance to listen to it, but has anybody heard that yet?
I was not aware.
Okay. I think
I saw a message about someone mentioning that he was going to debate, but I don't think I got any details on it.
You talking about McToon?
McToon, yes, that was it.
Yeah, was it on this show yesterday, Bob, where people were saying that Right the Hand just got destroyed by McToon?
I don't know. I think I saw something, some message about something he at Right the Hand had said, like in chat, and then someone was bugging him about, you plan on doing that for a debate or whatever?
Yep.
But I didn't get any details on it actually taking place.
Yeah, it was in chat that I read it too. That little go around.
Yeah, but to be honest, I mean, he shouldn't have really. I've said to him, you know, he should take some time away. You know, he really should, rather than debating people, because it's just not good. And
Right the Hand's come from. There's no way McToon and Right the Hand will ever come to a crux at a crossing, a meeting point, right?
Well, on that debate platform as well, it was what was it? Modern Day Debates, wasn't it? Where they were supposed to have debated. It's like, it's, you know, that's basically a globe channel. Sure. You know, in fact, most of them are. I mean, you've got Fight the Flat Earths, you've got Modern Day Debates, all the other streams, they're all basically Globers too. You've only got really Nathan Oakley's. I mean, even Jose's says that he's a 50-50, but he's not. He's a Globe, isn't he? Yeah. So, yeah, you've only really got. Yeah, you've only really got here and Nathan's that are, you know, proper platforms that you can come into and get a fair crack of. Well, you don't even get a fair crack of the Nathan's, do you?
Really about, you know what I mean? Convincing the other person, or is the debate about convincing the audience?
Well, that's the thing.
You might never convince the person you're arguing against, but you might be able to bring up points that other people that are listening are like, oh, hey, wait a minute, yeah, what about that?
So let's say that all the high-profile ballers were listening to McToon apparently destroy Right the Hand. Of course, they're only gonna listen to what McToon says and the points he brought up and whatever, and then comment all over the internet about how, Right the Hand couldn't answer this question. Well, Right the Hand wasn't even talking about that subject, right? And I haven't even heard it. I'm just guessing that's exactly how it went.
And I would imagine that Right the Hand wasn't destroyed at all. He was just trying to hold them to a point, and they were trying to just obfuscate. And it was probable that the modern day debates probably allowed more slack for the Globe side, I would think.
Yeah, I think probably their standard for destroyed would be something along the lines of Right the Hand says prove gravity exists, and then somebody grabs a ball and says, "See, watch it drop, boom, destroy."
Exactly. Exactly. We live on a ball because light bent. See the laser through the fish tank? Boom! Destroyed. Right?
Has anyone seen him today? Right the Hand. Has he been around today?
I thought I saw this morning. I think it was this morning, Bob, when I read those comments in your Discord chat, Randy.
Maybe.
Right,
I'm
okay.
not sure.
Because he did say it was all right to talk about it, but I don't know whether or not it's all right to talk about it or not. But people should give him some slack, shouldn't they? Really?
Well, it's kind of like WS. It's kind of like WS, right? On your Discord chats, where we try to give an answer, and then he'll copy paste yours and come back with another question, and then a statement saying, "Boom, you're destroyed," right? And you can't look. If we're just going to try to talk about it, let's go back and forth. But their ultimate goal is to get that. Boom, you're destroyed, so that Lick the Wacky Toad can come in and be like, "Yeah, see, you guys are all idiots."
Yeah, I had to ban him. I just said to him, "Look, leave him alone." Oh, he's here actually. Hey, Right the Hand. Yeah, I literally said, back the fuck off, Right the Hand, or I'm just gonna fucking ban you. Anyway, Right the Hand, how's it going, mate?
Good. Yeah, no, the like I said, the tune debate that was for the audience just to see that like he's a complete joke.
What was it on? Whose channel was it on? So if I want to go listen to it.
Modern day debates. Also, the other thing too is like, yeah, that's a big platform, and hopefully you get a couple people that are like, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here?
I haven't seen it yet.
Right the hand. You're just out of their league. You're not even talking about like.
Yeah, McToon is just a piece of cake. He's like a
dude named McToon is even gonna think about, right? Isn't it? No.
No, he's like a candy baby. That's all he is. McToon is a candy baby, and you've got Right the Hand that's like a lion, just ready to just devour him.
Yeah, he gave me with soundbite. I was basically like, what should you use to prove how we view the Earth? How we view the Earth or the angle of the sun? And he was like, the angle of the sun. And I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah. Boom. Destroyed.
So have you got any more debates planned, Right the Hand?
Oh, no. I was actually thinking about how like you were like, oh, I gotta I haven't been making as many videos just because the time. Like I've been just doing other things, doing it. You just don't have the time to be on the phone as much as you used to. You're just like, okay, I got more things that are coming on, and yeah, so I get you. I hear how it goes. So yeah, okay. No, I have no. I don't want to get back into because it's so pointless. I was like, what's evidence? He's like, I'm not talking about that. I'm like,
yeah.
We came here for a debate, and the audience, right? I was like, Toon, there's 400, 500, 600 people watching this right now. They came to watch us debate. I'm ready to go. Like, give me anything, I'll talk about it. Every time I try and introduce anything, you're just like, I don't care. And when you say you don't care, you're telling those 600 people, I don't care about you watching this. I'm only going to say this. I'm like, that's messed up, man.
Yeah.
So what's your plans? Are you doing any videos, have you got anything in the pipeline, or?
Nah, to be honest, you know, if anything, it would be nothing really related to anything. It'd be like a how-to video or
Okay.
you know, yeah, just like, you know, I just don't see really what else you can do with it, right? You know, I feel like I've really tried to arrange and do something new and try and look at it from a different angle, but like you said, there's only so much you can do, and if you know, and if you're not, again, if it was for a living, okay, yeah, if I was, you know, this was my job, but it's not, you know, and it can only get so much time and so much attention.
And you've made your point, right? No, I don't mean that the wrong way. You've offered the
I agree, yeah.
information, your point of view,
I've
right?
made my point. I agree.
Yeah.
I think I've made my point, and I don't need to get up every day and make it again.
Yeah,
You
there's
know?
almost, I'm betting hundreds, if not thousands of hours of you making that point and others, right? But we're here with you. And why make 2,000 hours of it when you're busy? You know, you've got
I mean,
already.
isn't it kind of the similar argument, if not the same argument, of you know, the professional boxer getting challenged all the time by these, you know, losers who've never been in a real ring in their life. Like the professional boxer doesn't spend his time taking every challenge that comes before him. He waits until it's somebody that's actually a legitimate challenge for him, right?
Yeah. Good point, Bob.
Yeah, no, and somebody who was like going to get in there and give you everything they got, you know, because if you
Yeah.
got one person just like sitting there, like just taking punches, you're like, come on, this is not, you know, this is nothing that anybody wants to watch, you know. Like,
And they'll
nothing's-
get you to give more of what you got, right? That's the idea. If you don't even hardly have to try, like, you're not really putting it in, are you? But if you get somebody who actually is going to challenge you intellectually, well, now not only can you maybe get somewhere, but you can have fun doing it.
So we're at the hand. We're speaking on what Bob was just talking about. Let's call it passion, right? Now, Mick Toon is the least passionate dude about what he said, right? He's like, okay, so yeah, the sun. You know what I mean? You're like, where you're just like, well, hold on, right? You're not yelling, but you have passion about maybe the argument.
We're in it. We're in it for the truth, and you know, you're just like
Right.
from the behavior, you can like you
It's
see
like-
that he's not in it for the same reason.
It's like
it was
a whole.
comical, bro. I saw it. Shout out to you, right the hand. You
It's like a whole
science
bunch of.
denier, you.
Yeah, it's a whole
how
bunch of
many
layers,
times
right?
did he
You know,
call me a
one
science
monotone.
denier?
They don't have any passion. Come on.
When you guys see the thing, you're gonna laugh. He was calling him a science denier. I don't care, and science denier. That's all he had.
Yeah.
He totally tooled him, like really, totally.
Yeah, even working in the bro, it got so bad. It was like the moderator is like, look, you know, even if it is an argument about the logic of what, you know, science is, we got to move on. Like, it's just, you know, because Toon was doing nothing, he's giving nothing, so it was just like, you're basically like, okay, I'm gonna have to like change my entire strategy because he's just shaking his head.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like
welcome
it
to the
was
Globers side.
even going to be a debate. It sounds like he was going to state what he wanted to state, which he could have done without involving anybody else. Sounds like he was a time waster.
No, he was. Right, the hand
Yeah,
was telling
exactly.
him, what about this? I don't care. What about that? I don't care. What do you mean you don't care? What, did you come here to play cards or something? Knit?
Have some tea or freaking tea.
He didn't care because he didn't have an answer. I'll
Yeah, that's
already
right.
preempt that. You know, he's not a great debater. To be fair, McToon. He likes to debate and he likes to think that he's a good debater. But to be fair, he's a very weak debater. You know,
he likes to bring up screenshots of some quote or something, you know, some paragraph, and then recite it as if it's his, and then say when there's a question about it, say, I don't care. I already showed you, right? I already told you what the answer is. So I don't need to go any deeper than that, right? I don't need to turn the page. You know, right? The hand was like trying to flip over the whole book. I'm guessing.
But to be fair, that's all they need from the Globe side. I mean, the idiots that they get supporting those channels, which they are idiots, because all they tune in for, somebody said earlier on to me, they only tune in for one reason, and that's just to make fun and mock flat earthers. That's it. That's the only reason they tune in. And you could say anything. They could say anything. They could say, "Oh yeah, Aldrin, or whoever, they're on the moon and they pick some cheese up from the moon, and the Globers would believe it.
100%.
Or they found some mushrooms. They found mushrooms on the moon.
Moon rooms.
And because one of the Globe channels had said it, it's like if the Flat Earth was to turn around and say, "Oh yeah, well in 1971 they found mushrooms on the moon. So what have you got to say about that?" And then the Flat Earth would go, "No, you're talking utter shit." And he'd go, "No." And then all the Globers, all the trolls, would turn around and start parroting that everywhere, saying, "Oh yeah, they found mushrooms on the moon in 1971."
Sure, just like the atmosphere. Didn't they pull that with the atmosphere?
Well, it's because they're each a brick in the wall, right, Ranty? They're each a brick in the wall. They have to support each other, right? And unfortunately, the truth is not a wall, but theirs is, right? So if we come running looking for the truth, we go smack right into this fucking wall.
Exactly.
Idiots, you know what I mean?
So how are you feeling right at the hand anyway? How are you coping at the minute?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, man. Thanks. It's as it goes, day by day.
Okay. My advice is don't get into any bloody Glober bollocks bullshit. It'll just your head will just won't be able to handle it. You'll want to just kill someone.
Well, and like that played another role. I had even walked away like a little bit before everything, just because it's like you go in there and like you said, they just will call you names day in and day out, like hour after hour. Like they'll super chat to call you a name. Like they will give money just to be like, "Randy, you're an idiot. Thanks for proving you're
pathetic, dude."
Bro,
They paid to insult
man,
you.
you guys love to hate. And then you start you get drawn into that, and I like I said, I never want to be a bitter person. I never want to. So yeah, it's you guys, they want to be a whole bunch of, how do you hang around and have a conversation with name callers? You're not going to do that.
Does it affect you when they call you a name in a super chat?
I mean, yeah, of course, and I'm not like crying over it, but you're like, you're
frustrating.
Do you need this? Like, do I need to be here hearing this? Right?
Yeah,
I don't, you know what I mean? I'm like, I don't, even if it doesn't, like, if you had somebody walking around going, "You're an idiot, you're a loser," you'd be like, "Yo, can you just leave me alone? Like, I just don't want to listen to it." So,
shout out to Travis.
Welcome to my channel. Because that's what I get on every upload of my channel. There's maybe 150 comments, and all of them are saying that in the channels. You're a fucking retard. You shouldn't have children. You should go and kill yourself. All that kind of stuff. It's all over. I don't delete any of the comments. I just leave it up there. It's like, but it's everywhere all the time.
That's all
it's
they
like getting
have.
hit with pebbles, dude. It's like somebody just throwing pebbles at you like constantly. You're just like,
little tiny pebbles just banging you right on the forehead, right?
Yeah, but you've got to be.
It gets frustrating and annoying because you don't have any pebbles to throw back, and if you did, oh my god, they'd pick up stones.
Oh, they'd cry victim. They would cry victim.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You can't
want
attack
you to be
the
like
grappler
that.
back, okay?
Yeah.
You can't do it. That's what they want. Because as soon as you respond, then they're the victim. And they'll play that bad boy all the way into the ground and then some.
That's what would happen to Travis. The plain truth, right? He's been on with McToon at least twice, if not more, and been all over kind of argumentative platforms. And he's learned how to keep his cool, but we know Travis, right? At the end, when they do start calling names, Travis loses his shit. I love it. I told him, hey, it's fine because you have the right to do that. But
that's
technique,
what it was, bro.
little,
That's a technique they have. That's all they have. When they know they're losing, they resort to ad homs. When you see that happen, just chalk yourself a win and just calm down and start laughing at them.
Yeah.
When they call you a name, it's game over. You know you won.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you wasted your time.
Yeah.
Again, like I'm thinking about it now. It's like, man, that debate with Toon was like from 9 to like 11 with all the stuff, and I'm like, what did it really accomplish, right? Did I you go read, there's like 1,000 comments on that thing already. Almost every single one of them is like, right hand's an idiot, right hand, oh, now he doesn't have this, have it. It's just like, it's like 100, 200 people saying the same thing. You're just like, oh man.
I've got to. I need to shout out a couple of people. Actually, I've just looked into my emails, and I've had a couple of people stop by the PayPal actually to help out financially for myself, which is pretty awesome. I've had €5. I'm not going to say the name. I'll just say the first name, Petri. So thank you very much, Petri, for doing that. And and Lumberjack's been back to the channel and supported the show on PayPal as well. So again, thank you very much. I really didn't expect that, to be honest. I genuinely did not expect that.
Thank you, Petri and Lumberjack, because it keeps Ranty going for all of us, right?
I'm just blown away. Thank you guys for that. Right. There was somebody else a couple of days ago. There was someone else as well. I'm just going to say the surname. I think Stoneware. Stoneware. So yes, thank you, Mr. or Mrs. Stoneware. Thank you for the PayPal as well. Thank you.
Randoms we've never heard of, right? But they're listening apparently, and they enjoy.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really do appreciate that. We appreciate your support.
And now we've heard of them, so yeah.
Yes. So now they're no longer nobodies. I know them. That's right. I will send them an email tomorrow as well and thank them as well. So that's awesome. Right. I've lost my train of thought now. What was I saying? Peter the Great. We were just
talking about the reality of Globers.
Yes.
That's all we're doing.
Hello. Pete the Great. How are you doing? Is this the first time you've been on, or?
Yeah, greetings from Finland.
Hey, how's it going? What's it like? Is it flat in Finland?
Yeah, it's flat over here too.
Wow. He just got here and he's already
finished.
It's
just funny that. It's just refraction.
So, have you got a YouTube channel, or are you just go out and see the beautiful flatness on all by yourself?
Well, I just listen to other people, what they have to say, and I just keep learning new stuff every day.
How'd you find your way here today? Let's say.
Well, for the past few weeks, I've been listening to this show. I started from The Plain Truth. I heard about Ranty, so I came over here.
Cool beans, cool.
And if it's flat over there and it's flat over here and it's flat everywhere in between, it must be a ball, right?
Yay!
Listen, I must shout out Gadfly13 as well. He reminds me, a couple of days ago, he did send me a tenner as well. So he did actually send me £10 in PayPal. So thank you again, Gadfly, as well, for doing that as well. Really do appreciate that. Right, so Pete, tell us. So how long have you been looking into Flat Earth? Tell us.
It must be like 3 years or possibly 4.
Oh wow. Okay, so it's not like you knew them.
Well, I've never really believed in the globe. I've never truly accepted it. I never really thought about it then either. Yeah. So it was pretty easy for me to transfer into the flat Earth.
What do you think made you first think about the shape of the Earth? Was there something else that triggered it, or was it just just didn't make sense?
Well, my siblings first started talking about vaccines and stuff, and then I started researching for myself about some stuff, and at some point I just bumped into a flat Earth, and I was like, well, they do have some good points, and it just went from there. It's video after video after video, and it was just too interesting to stop researching. So
there's so many entryway lies that you can dig into. You start off with one, whether it's the moon landing, 9/11, vaccines, World War II. There's so many doors to entry where it's like, well, if they're lying about this thing, which seems like a pretty big thing, What else are they lying to? And eventually, it seems like you end up going from wherever it is you entered. You eventually end up passing by or diving straight into flat Earth from there. It's like sweet niblets. If they can lie about this thing, what else are they lying to? By the way, where the heck do I live?
Yeah, my mom came to me actually. It was 2015 or so, and I had, just watching YouTube about conspiracies and crap, and I saw all the flat Earth videos, never clicked on one. And so me and my mom were hanging out having coffee, and she's like, "Do you think what would you think?" She worded it correctly. What would you think if the Earth was flat? And when it's your mom, I trust my mom, right? So I was like, "Mom, I wouldn't put it past them," but I'd never looked into it. She goes, "Have a look." Right? It's like, so my mom got me into flat Earth, and once you take that little sniff into it, like Bob's saying, I just dove right in because of the awesome argument. I looked it up for myself, flight plans, just all the original arguments back then, and it was just, I don't know if you'd say addicting, but because it was plausible, right? There's what else? That would be the biggest lie, and then every other conspiracy makes sense.
Indeed,
Right?
I would agree with that. Let me just.
And where else?
Let me just.
Where else are you going to get that sense of discovery, right? Like they try to take it all away. Everything's been found, everything's been discovered, everything is planned out. It's all set for you. Do your job, live your life the way we tell you to live it. But once you grab on to one of those lies and you start digging into it, well, now you're actually discovering something. You're actually finding out something. So it's like they try to remove that part, it seems like, and take it away. And once you start getting a hold of it and realizing what that feels like to discover something, I think that ends up driving you.
Let me just say to Aaron Armstrong, my audience, prove him wrong. Prove Aaron Armstrong wrong. He says that flat earthers don't support their own. This is globe earther Aaron Armstrong here. What have I got to say? Prove him wrong, guys. This is what the globers think. The globers think that flat earthers don't support their own. What have you got to say about that, guys?
Yeah. So, like my younger brothers, even though I've been like explaining a lot about this flat earth stuff to them, they're still like, they want to look into it themselves, that they're not going to accept what I have to tell them.
Good. So what channels have you watched before then? I mean, if you had to list some off, I mean, what would you say has led you down the path? Who do you listen to?
I think I started with ODD TV. I don't know if you guys have heard of him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes, yeah.
Me too. Yep.
Yeah, he had that 24-hour live stream that went on and on. I was watching that. That's where it started. And I was in the military at the time, so I was talking with all the other military dudes there too. So some people got pissed off at me, but it was fun.
Did you use Coriolis in the military, if I may ask?
No.
Artillery or anything? Are you aware of anything like that?
No, we just shot the rifles. Like I didn't go into the artillery stuff, so.
Okay, that's more for snipers and artillery. Okay.
Okay, so we've got ODD at the minute. So then you moved on from ODD to where? Where would you say you went then?
Flat Earth Early Bird. That's a
well, I can't really remember.
What led you to Travis? He's more of a debater. He has a channel. It's quite small, but he puts content on there of his observations and stuff. So what kind of led you to Travis to get you to ranting?
Well, I can't remember how I found. Yeah, it must have been some debate. I can't remember what debate it was, but I think I heard Travis speaking there, and then I liked how he like explained all the Mirage stuff and the ether band, and yeah, I just really liked the way he explained it. It just made a lot of sense, and it broadened my own view about what I've researched. So.
Yeah, I enjoy Travis's work. He gets out, he gets himself down and dirty, and he isn't afraid to debate any glober at any time.
he puts thought behind it too, though, right? You know, take an observation, go rewatch it, and then like triple, like probably too much. It makes him, you know, I talked to Travis on the phone, makes him a little bit nuts, but then he'll make a show about it, right? You know, just talking to himself about what he's actually looking at, you know, and it takes thought to do that, you know. A Glober will just put out, you know, Where's Wally or something, just put out a show and not even think about what the hell they're showing, you know.
Oh, you wouldn't believe, and I didn't believe this, how scrutinized Flat Earthers' work is whenever you put it out. You know, I mean, it's downloaded immediately, and it seems like it goes to some kind of central database where they all scrutinize it.
They have the think tank.
They got to analyze
think
it,
tank.
analyze it, and develop a plan that they then disperse to all the people that they need to start putting that plan into motion on how to say it's been debunked.
Yeah, and that's it. You know, I mean, it's like they've all got the same amount of trolls that all just head over at the same time to tell everybody that the video's been debunked. And it's like, what's that guy called? Arctic Reflections. So he had, get this, he had 300 and odd views on his video, and he had 127 likes from just 300 views. Right? And I'm not even joking. I think in my entire existence on YouTube, I've had maybe 2 videos that have gone past 130 likes. You know, because people just don't actively go out and click like on the, you know, nobody does that. You know, Flat Earthers don't do it. They don't.
I could
click
possibly
likes.
count on one hand how many times I've liked a video on YouTube, and I've been watching YouTube videos for a while.
But honestly, 300 views, 137 likes. I was like, holy shit! Not a single dislike. All 137 likes. I'm like, that just can't be. That's not random. That's just not normal. That's not normal behavior.
That's organized.
That's organized, controlled.
Everyone, yeah, they're all sending that video to each other and quickly, right? Just boom, 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 light speed. Everyone gets it, and within what you said, 24 hours, something, you've got over half the subs liking it, right? Like, holy cow.
Shout out to Good Servant for the 99cent super sticker. Good Servant face. Thank you. Yeah, shout out to Good Servant. Cool guy.
There's a lot of cultish behaviour on both sides, though, isn't there?
Do you think so? From which side would you say that was?
Both sides, where people depend on somebody else's opinion and somebody else's video to support their position.
I think that's something that's rampant in the human race in general. It's a problem that people don't even identify how much of a problem that is, just taking someone else's word at face value as if it's just the truth. It just is. That's like, it's especially in the religious sector or the religious sect, where people just, they listen to their priest or their pastor, whatever they consider to be the guy in their place. This person tells them what this scripture says and this is what it means, and then they're like, okay, that's what it means, all right, live my life. And it's like, that's not how truth works. Truth is not subjective, but it is personal. You need to go determine what truth is. You can't just have somebody else hand it to you on a plate.
Well, and Bob went, let's say, even on the scripture thing or even mathematics or the globe side, right? So taking someone's word at face value, okay, but then you put a book behind it, right? And so that person, whoever is saying, here's the truth, whatever, go look it up, right? So you go look it up, but you have this pre-notion of when you do read a certain passage of the Bible or any religious text that you believe in, or some engineering document, right? You're predetermined to say, yup, the confirmation is already there because you've been told previously, right? And that's what they do. That's the reinforcement part, right? And then they'll tell their friends, go look up that passage.
I think there is probably some of that where they tell them, go read these verses and here's what they mean, and then they go read those verses and they're like, oh, that makes sense. Where what it should be is, I want you to think about this the same way I do. I hope you do, because I think I'm right. Here's the whole book. Go read the whole thing, and then you tell me what you think it means, and we can discuss it and see if we can come to an agreement on it.
So is that what you hold on? So is that what you were thinking there, Mark Doxy? Is that your sort of feeling on this? Hey, one sec. One sec. I need to shout out Dank for giving me £10 in PayPal. Thank you very much, Dank. That is really, really appreciating. I do appreciate that. He says, "I love ranting." Oh, thank you, Dank. Much appreciated. Right.
Shout out, Dank. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So Mark. So is that what you meant with your statement before?
You can identify somebody's position, or identify where they're getting their sources from. Blue Marble Science, Simon Dan, who else is there? Bob the Science Guy. They get so much likes and texts from people who they do nothing. They don't go out and test what they believe or to demonstrate their conclusions. It's just that they follow immediately. If Blue Marble Science puts out a video, within 5 minutes, he's got hundreds of likes. I quite like the guy, actually. If you want me to expand on that, I'll tell you why I like him. But it's the followers that give him the thumbs up, and that's cultish behaviour. And it also happens on the other side as well. When QE puts something up, he gets so many likes. And when you look at the people who comment about it, they've got no content themselves. So that, for me, that's like they're following him rather than proving it for themselves.
It relieves them of their responsibility, right? Isn't it the same thing that happens with like the nightly news? Somebody gets home from work, they flip on the nightly news, and what are they? And they don't necessarily think these words themselves, but what are they doing? They're probably basically tell me what to think about this thing that this politician did. Tell me what to think about this situation. I just worked all day. I don't want to think about what I need to think. I don't want to put a whole lot of effort in. What should I think about this situation? And then the TV tells them what to think about the situation. I think it's the same thing. What you're talking about on YouTube is these people, they aren't interested in looking into it and finding what the truth of the matter is and knowing what truth is. What they're doing is they're hearing the things that make their ears feel nice. And they want that person to tell them what to think of it.
So, Bob, if me and you I take you to the park. Oh, that sounds weird, but okay, we go to the park or something. That's
you go into the park.
Right, I'm married, buddy. You better back off.
anyways,
play nice, guys. Play nice.
Around, right? We're looking around and we see stuff. We see trees. We see all the stuff, and it's fucking beautiful, right? But then I tell you, I say, hey, Bob, light bends, but you can't see it right here, but light bends. So go home and, or here's a book, go look up chapter 13 about bending light, right? And you trust me, you go home, look it up, you see the light bending. Now we have something to talk about the next time we're thinking about some freaking bullshit. And you'll take, you trust me, right? Just like the nightly news, we're taught to trust all this freaking crap. These are authorities. Right. These are, powerful figures. And so, with the reinforcement of the word, what we believe is to be some authoritative word, people, like you just said, Bob, are just...
Well, that's what they do on the YouTube videos, isn't it? Whenever they do their debunkings or whatever, they'll say, this scientist did this experiment back in this time, so we know that this is gibberish. Obviously, flat Earth is debunked. And they'll just do that over and over. This guy said this in this book. This guy did this experiment at this date. That's what they do, is they call back to these authorities that they appeal to and then act as if it's established for sure. Is that truth?
Is that what you were thinking, Mark?
Yeah, people look for a confirmation for their own bias.
Yeah.
With Flat Earth, now I'm including you here, Ranty. I would sort of trim it down to grassroots Flat Earth, where you actually go out and get your knees dirty because you're kneeling in wet sand. You're doing something about it. And then we've got the pontificators who, they're on the Flat Earth side, but to just pontificate, then I don't consider them to be grassroots. Now, this is a problem that I have personally, in that I see personalities, and that overwhelms me occasionally. That I can name names and tell you why I don't like them and why they're not doing our cause any good.
Go ahead, Mark. Let it rip. Let it rip.
Okay, I know you're going to agree with me on here, but you donated a camera to somebody who pontificates, and he's not used the camera yet to confirm or deny or support his position. Do we know who we're talking about here?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think we know.
But there was also that same thing, Doxy, on the other side where Jaren donated a camera, right? And kind of flip-flopped.
Yeah.
The idea.
Again, we're going to go into personalities here, and I quite like. Sorry, I even forgot his name now. Jose. On a personal level, I've spoken to him many times on a one-to-one. I quite like the guy, but I do think he was overwhelmed in a cultish sort of way, in that he was depending too much on Nathan's channel, and when Nathan's channel went down for about a couple of months, he spent too much time with Jim Panda's Discord server. He got confused, and then we lost him. And he's a nice guy when he knows what you want to hear, but
he always goes back to that one image of his lighthouse with the blue and white stripes, right? It's not like he's gone out looking more, like you should if you're donated the camera, or something to go look. But he always brings it back. He brings that photo up every single time.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That sealed it for him. Right?
Yeah, but that so there's only a couple of images that I've never been able to explain. I think one of them's Tim Osmond's with his lake observation. He's got like a really shallow lake that he looks across, and he sees what looks like half of a city or something.
Not to mention a salty brine lake. Yeah.
So, to be honest, I don't have an answer for that. And also, I don't have an answer for Jose, except to say that maybe it's something to do with the fact that the light has had to travel across, from his point of view, it's had to go across water, then it's had to go across land, because there's actually a piece of land that stretches out in the, in between him and the observer. Then it's more water again, and then it's land. So he has to go across water, land. Now, I have a feeling that the density gradients across those 4 changes aren't going to be uniform. They're all going to be over the place. It's probably something to do with some kind of sinking effect. Can I prove that? No, because I haven't got the technology to do that, or yet. But that's the only thing that I can think of. I don't have an explanation for his video, though.
If you think of how hot tarmac gets when the sun's on it all day, and the distortion that would happen there, and then if the same light is then going to go across a cool water, the light's going to be zigzagging all over the place, and you can't establish anything correct from that because
let me clarify. Hold on one sec. Let me clarify. Because when I was talking about light, I don't want it to get confused with me thinking that I have a belief that light is a particle, right, or a photon. I don't believe that. I believe that what we see is like an image, like a kaleidoscope, that we can twist and change it, and you can move things around in it, but you can't lift things up from behind something else. But you can definitely make other things. Anything that you can absolutely see at all times will have an effect on it. So you can change it in a kaleidoscope way. But anything that you would never be able to see can never be brought up to be seen. So I don't believe that light travels like a laser beam right, and over some kind of hump, and you're able to see it. Though I don't believe that light works that way. I think we visualize and see things differently to the laser beam. Right. So I'm just clarifying that.
The only thing we have is time. So along the lines of what Ranty's saying is you know, that skunk bait. So if Jose actually took a time lapse of that one single image he got, took a time lapse throughout light, throughout that kaleidoscope, you know, condition, whatever you want to call it, right?
All right, why has he not been back?
We're going to see massive difference in Jose's single shot.
Aaron, why has he not been back? He lives locally to it, right? He lives locally, right? Yeah. He has more than likely filmed that same lighthouse more than once, right? Now, if as a flat earther, I would go down, and I have been hundreds and thousands of times probably to the same spot and filmed the same sort of flatness that I get here, right? And showed it, and it gets boring, you know, you keep showing the same flatness because it's the same thing over and over. Now, when I first started off, it was exciting. I would go and I would show more and more and more. Eventually, it gets to the point where people are like, okay, something's going on here. Maybe it's localized refraction. In fact, I've heard that. It's localized refraction, right? So it's no longer standardized, it's just local to your environment. Anyway, let's move past that. Jose's got this spot where he can go and he can see this lighthouse, always so far sunk, right? You can always go and see that. Why has he only ever produced one video of it?
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
Now, if I was on his side, I'd be out every day going, hey, globe Earth confirmed. And, you know,
what they do.
Rattling my tin and going, woohoo, everybody. And then rolling his ball, it's like the globe Earth, he rolls that, and you know, people super chat him or something. It's like, okay, but he would be doing that. He'd be saying, look what I filmed today, look at the lighthouse, look how sunk it is. But he's only got one video of it. Why? What about all the other times has he been, has he actually seen it in its entirety, and he's just not showing that?
Yeah, I mentioned this before. The Globers only can live in the single moment, that one single second, because their equation only works at like one single point. There's no time lapse.
You're missing a point here. You're missing the point here. The point is that he originally, right, is a photographer / video photographer, right? That's it. That was his main channel thing. He used to go out and do that, right? Now, he's obviously moved on to doing these streams, right? But he still has his camera, and he still goes down and he still does photography. He still goes out and he films, right? And he does it every couple of weeks or so. So he's still active doing that. So why isn't he heading down to the same spot and filming the same lighthouse or whatever it is, the stripy tower, every single time, showing it being sunk? If it was me, I'd be milking it. I'd be going, look at the flatness of this, which I've done hundreds of times. So I have milked it where I live, right? Fair enough. But he should be doing the same. It's just a natural thing for a globe earther to do. If they've got one observation that they can look at what sound they did with his bendy bridge, right? Which is just an optical effect, right? But he went and he milked the shit out of that, right? He still milks the shit out of it. Right? Now, why is Halsey not doing it? Yeah?
And that's
Soundly's power lines,
the cult following. People will only choose what confirms what they already believe. And they look to Soundly and Wolfie and all those characters as great heroes and confirmation.
Really? You know, comic books went away. Now we have these new superheroes, right?
Hey, get this.
Wolfie and Soundly.
Get this, yeah. I went down to the same spot and I filmed about 5 times, one after the other. Boom, 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 boom. Over a period of about, I don't know, a couple of months or so. Whenever I went to this same spot and I was able to see this particular object, and what it was a rock. It was a rock that was in the water. It was a giant rock. It was around about 6 feet in height, and it was around about 6 feet wide, right? But it was buried in the sand, right? So it must be massive underneath. But there was 6 feet sticking out of it each way, and I would film it, and instead of it looking like half a rock, it actually looked like a full circle, and it actually ended up looking like a black hole, right? It actually looked like a black hole. So if I went down to the same spot every day, right, which I did do, and I went to the and I actually went and filmed it many a times, but I released maybe 5 or 6 times of me showing this same effect. It was showing it looking like a black hole, right? So it was floating in the atmosphere. So we were getting an inferior mirage, right? It was an inferior mirage around the rock, which was doubling up this half rock into a full rock, and it was ended up floating in what looked like sky, right? Even though we knew it was in water, right? So it was an optical effect that I could go every single time and film it and say, hey, look, black hole of Blackpool. I think I've got it on my channel. I think if you look on the channel and look up black hole Blackpool, you will see what I'm talking about. I have the video up, right? But I've got that numerous times. Now I was going down there, I even went on Nathan's, and I was like, I was pointing this out like 2 years ago, saying, look, I can go to this spot and I can film this particular object, and it looks like a black hole, right? I even did a challenge and saying to people, can you guess what this is? Because it looked like a black hole, you know, and it was a rock. It was a rock, not a black hole, it was a rock. But, you know, it looked like a black hole. What can I say? It's just showing that these optical effects happen, and if you go to the same spot, get into a similar sort of angle, similar kind of shot, you'll get the same effect. And that's all that Soundly's done with his videos.
Yeah, when you live in a hot climate that's mostly hot all year round, who's the guy from Salt Lake City who takes a photograph of like
Timmy Osman.
You mentioned him earlier on tonight.
Tim Osman? Tim Osman, no?
Sorry?
Tim Osman.
Yeah. He's only got one shot, and you can bet your bottom dollar that the temperature of where he lives, which is the southern states of America, he never gets anything below freezing or close to freezing. It's always a similar temperature, and he chooses
George Netchuk, that guy.
Sorry,
Natchuk.
Yeah,
Tim Osman, is that the guy who?
He's in Utah, but
Utah. Well, Utah's a hot climate, isn't it?
There's highs and lows. Yeah, the Rocky Mountain runs through it, but you've also got the Salt Lake flats and all that crap. You know, it's quite diverse landscape through Utah.
What would be the temperature in January in Utah?
Most likely close to freezing.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they held the Winter Olympics there, champ.
Yeah.
Hello.
Doesn't that look like a black hole?
Finally, evidence. We've been looking for it for
There
years.
we go. It's much better than NASA's evidence.
Look at this. Right, that's a black hole, but it's not a black hole. It's just a rock. In fact, it's only a rock that we can see half of. The rest of it's an inferior mirage. And I get to the same spot and I film it. I'm going to zoom in. Here we go.
To ride these babies for miles.
Look at that. Right.
No, Randy, don't get too close. Back out.
Looky. Right, so I think I titled it a black hole. Yeah, a black hole over Blackpool, right? You know, but it's not. It's rock.
Oh, it's just.
What can I say?
Damn it! God.
What can I say?
I thought you're about to get the Nobel.
In fact, it's only...
It's a portal. The aliens, they're going to come through the portal.
I was thinking of Stargate, but I didn't want to say it.
Apparently, France in the background got sucked into that black hole.
Stargate SG-1.
Ruhif, how's it going, my friend? How's it going?
Lovely. Just watching, exploring the plane and just waiting for him to go, oh, there's no refraction. No such thing as refraction. And it's looking like that. We put out a video this morning, so...
Okay.
Yeah, I slept in as well.
The image that you sent me yesterday was pretty cool.
Yep. Cool.
You know, I had a look at that, and I found the place where he'd taken the image from. Actually, I wonder if the audience. Actually, let me run through this again. Actually, I'm gonna share my screen with because we only had a couple of people in when I talked about this originally. So let's get rid of this. So where do you think the horizon is on here, guys?
Absolutely no idea. I can't see one.
Can anybody see a horizon on here?
I can only see what looks like maybe, possibly a horizon, but that's a whole lot of very similarly colored pixels you got there.
Yeah, indeed. What about here? Let's get rid of that line. Oh, I've kind of told you where it is now. Right, so what about here?
I still have no idea.
No idea. Well, look what happens when I put the...
Oh, come on, champ.
Here we go. I've given it away now. Look at this.
Yeah, you jumped straight.
That was too quick, Ranty, man.
I know. But I didn't expect to have to release all this again. I thought that people were going to say, "There's the horizon there," because that's what it looks like. Until you realise that actually, look at that up there. Let me zoom in a little bit. Would you have ever predicted that the horizon would have been up there?
Without some way of knowing, no. Like it's all the same color, right?
Yes, exactly. I've got to clap you from that because that's just fucking. You've just hit it right on the fucking nail there. Right, that's awesome. Right, so.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Quite possibly, yes. Quite possibly, welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah. See how it
because the horizon's not distinct in this particular photo. Okay.
The sun obviously in your model goes over the horizon, right?
Now, to me, this is just to me here. That to me looks, like it's rising to eye height.
How are you determining eye level?
Well, I'm looking at this image, and I know that mountain in the distance is 178 miles away, right? I know that it's 178 miles to that there, right? From where I am right now with this observation. And I'm thinking to myself, 178 miles, and I'm looking where this line is in this image, and to me it doesn't look like there's an awful lot of drop, if no drop in that. That's just the way it appears to me. Just appears that way.
The camera's tilted down, yeah.
I don't think the tilt makes any difference. I think one of your Globe Earth channels put a video out explaining that. I think it was Miles Davis showed that whether you tilt the camera up or down, it doesn't make any difference at all.
I agree. How are you getting eye level in this photo?
Exactly.
Well, I'm just saying that to me, it looks as if it's rising to eye level because
but
to
that just
me,
sounds like an entirely subjective opinion.
Well, of course, yes, same subjective opinion as to say that we would look at this and think, there would be where most people, if they didn't have this extra data here, would place the horizon. They would place it down.
Most people would say, I don't know.
Yeah, if the camera's tilted up, you'd be saying, "Oh, look, it's ready to drop down."
I'll be back in 1 minute.
If we took, say, like there, and we cropped it to there, and then we asked somebody, where do you think the horizon is here? Most people would say, yeah, it's about there. That's what most people would say.
Yeah, but it's in the dark, Ranty. It's very difficult to tell.
Is it because it's backlit? Come on, please tell me it's because it's backlit. Tell me it's because it's backlit, Rumpus.
Well, it's silhouetted in that sense. And
is it because it's backlit? Is it because it's
evening, and therefore you can't tell what the hell's going on?
Oh. So, do you think when Artsy Reflections put an image out showing sunrise on a snowy mountain where the sun was falling on everything that was visible, as opposed to a backlit image, was a comparison worthy of discussion as regards the camera that was used?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm afraid I haven't seen the video.
Well, I'll take your word for that then.
There's no contrast here in the area up until the sun because it's taken at dusk.
Okay.
It's impossible to tell where the horizon is.
Okay. So so the flat earthers that are on the panel, and I'm sure there's a few. How many, if they hadn't had this information up here, if they had not had that information there, would have given a different position to the horizon?
Yeah, I'd agree. It does look superficially. Without that, and you go for the horizon where you said. I agree.
I would have, absolutely.
I did. I did.
No one's disputing this, Ranty. But the point is, this is done in a low contrast environment near, dusk, and you can't see. I mean, also, we're this image, I presume, is the one about Cano being able to see it when he shouldn't be able to see, which means we're in strange refraction conditions, circulating rays and all that. And
do we know the observer height and everything for this one? Have we done any calculations?
My calculation from this, now, it's about 335 meters, is my calculation, above sea level.
335 observer. How far is it?
178 miles.
178 miles.
So I mean, this is the Cano observation, in which is exceptional, which where they can see further. This is the most distant observation of a mountain, etc., due to strange refraction conditions. So the fact that you've got a sort of horizon and another one, this is unusual refraction conditions, like a black swan situation. So you're going to get strange, low contrast in the evening.
I'm not going to say that's huge refraction.
Well, how much? I mean, are we supposed to?
See, how come you? Hold on, wait a minute. Just don't let him off the hook yet. Don't, Ruhif, please don't let him off the hook.
If we're supposed to go to see the mountain.
Right, listen. You've just claimed it was strange refraction and blah 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 blah. But when Ruhif has turned around and hold on. But when Ruhif has just turned around and said, "Well, actually, it's not totally strange. It's slightly worse than average, Now you're going to retract it and say,
I don't think it's that high. So, I'm just plugging some numbers into the curve calculator. It doesn't appear that high. Just guessing off how much is actually visible.
So, but anyway, right? Okay, we'll forget that part with the rumpus right now. But
well, hold on.
Hold on.
Using normal refraction, should we be able to see any of this mountain?
With standard refraction 7/6R?
No. No, you shouldn't.
Well, there we are. Right. So it's not standard refraction.
Right. Okay. Right. So can anyone tell me how? Okay.
I know.
No, it should be about 300 meters hidden, and there's probably about 200 meters visible.
But I thought. Hold on. But I thought this thing was 200 and how many millions of kilometers was it away from?
Almost millions. Okay.
Right,
it's super looming refraction.
Right, listen.
Not super looming.
Super looming Aina refraction.
Okay.
Nowhere near super looming.
So here's my question. Right. So how are we able? Right. If this is looming, right. So this is looming here, right. Without any kind of refraction, anyway. Even standard, it's still looming.
Sorry,
right?
You just said this is looming without any refraction.
Yeah.
Without any refraction, it's looming, and with standard refraction,
no, you've said it again. You just said the same thing.
It's because you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Hang on, one sec.
Without refraction, it's looming.
Rumpus, will you let me finish? Right. So this is hidden to Earth curve, right? Right. So it's not really there, right? You'll agree with this. This is your model.
Really there.
It's not there. If I was to shoot it, it wouldn't hit it.
Yeah, if you took away a vacuum, if you took away the atmosphere, you probably wouldn't see the sun or the mountain, correct?
Right, okay. So, how come the image, the projection here, is able to cut off the sun behind?
You're saying how can a mountain block the sun? Is that a joke?
Yes, how can a refracted hologram of the mountain block out the sun?
Hologram. Not
Well,
a hologram.
what is it? What is it? If it's not a hologram, what is it?
It's just curved light.
So it's not there. So it's a projected image.
Holographic.
It's a projected image.
It's just bent light.
It's a projected.
It doesn't-
Oh,
it
so now
doesn't
it's.
seem to be
So,
bending
hang on.
down.
Wait a minute.
No,
Rises
it's
to
not
high
projected.
level,
There's no
right?
projection going on. It's just the light is bent by refraction.
Right. So this is for the audience, right? So did you hear how they've now changed that? Right. They've now changed it. It's now no longer a hologram. They're both sung from the same hymn sheet. Did you hear that? How they changed it? Huh? Bent light, apparently. So they're trying to, in uniform, both come in and sing from the same hymn sheet and say that, no, it's just bent light. Right? Yeah? They're trying to distance themselves from admitting that what you're seeing here is a hologram. It's a mirage. Right? No, they don't want to talk about that anymore. Funny how they both agree to both come in and say the same thing. Huh. Anyone would think they were being fed the same information, that no, you need to step away from that now. Is that because I've called out Simon Dan with his video that he, used with Art to Reflections that was debunked by me because I wanted him to start talking about holograms and mirages? As the MO passed down through the ranks to say that we don't want to talk about holograms and mirages anymore, we want to talk about bent light rays. Just call it bent light rays. That's the way it seems to be going. It's the first time I've heard it, and that's why I've not, let them know that I've muted these guys, because it's the first time that I've heard this, and I've been doing this for a very long time. But for them both to come in and try and claim the same thing on the same day, that's just not coincidence. That is not coincidence. Be careful about them trying to change the meaning of words and the meaning of what they've been parroting for the past 5 years, right? Be careful of that. Because that's what they're trying to do right now.
Fuck, I already heard this.
You're fucking bent.
Did headquarters misschedule us today, Rumpus?
Yeah, what? So we've done doing a tag team properly, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll have to get back to them. The bureaucracy, what they're like at the office.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a definitely tag team, guys. I mean, come on, you said the same thing as you both walked in. Almost in unison.
Yeah,
It's almost like we're both right.
It was almost as if in all the years that I've been doing this, I've never heard those particular words used ever singly in one single sentence, but then I hear it, hold on, but then I hear it both from both your mouths within 30 seconds.
What words are you talking about?
Within 30 seconds, right? And Ruhif knows that. Well, if you don't know, I'm not going to remind you. Look at your MO. Go onto your email. Look at your email. Look at your email that you got.
Do you see that little strip of light? You see that little strip of light under the mountain? Right?
Check your corporate memo.
Yeah, check your
and
email.
Find it, huh?
You see that little, see that little strip of light under the mountain?
Inferno Mirage, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that silhouette is being lifted up from over the curve and just hanging. Hanging inside that ball of light.
Refraction will lift things up, and Lumi will lift it up further. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is by no means super looming at all. It depends what you classify super looming as, but on my numbers, this is absolutely nowhere near super looming. This is just above average.
Looming will bring up a solid object to block the light behind it, even though the light's
it's all being lifted up,
and you can get a little strip of light in front of the looming object. That's not
which
real.
is a mirage, right?
In reality, yeah, it's a mirage. Yeah.
Okay, so there's not light peeking
hold
through
on,
the bottom of the
hold
mountain.
on. No, I need to hold on. Who the?
Just flush the toilet, Randy?
No. Who was that? I don't know. I think it was Gadget Inspector. Listen, Aaron, I need to pull you.
I've got Pete the Great. Pete the Great as permanently making noise, like his little green circle is lit up all the time.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
I have push to talk, so I shouldn't be making any noise.
Okay.
So
Yeah, we're
in
not
that
hearing any
picture right
noise.
there,
Yeah.
do you think that's the mountain?
Do I think that's the mountain? Of course it is. Yes.
Yeah, the
Okay,
mountain,
so
different things,
explain to me
mountain.
how the light is being stopped by the mountain below the curve and somehow still lifted up by the light above the curve.
Sorry. Do you mean why is the light appearing underneath the mountain?
No, that's not what I'm asking. If
Okay.
that is literally the mountain, what you're saying is the light is hitting the back of the mountain, not going any further, but still somehow ending up above the curve. How is it doing that?
The light that hits the mountain stops there and then. Doesn't get.
So that's not the mountain, that's a shadow.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh,
So
Jesus
you know how
fucking Christ.
shadows work now. We haven't explained to you how shadows
Hey, I
work.
asked you if that's the mountain, and you said it absolutely was. So now you're
Yes.
changing it. It's not the mountain, it's a shadow.
It's a silhouette of the mountain.
Here's a silhouette
So it's
of-
not the mountain.
Fuck me. Oh,
Right?
what? This is
So,
ridiculous. Go
hey,
on.
this is important. So it's not the mountain, right?
Well, it's the silhouette
It's
of
the
the mountain.
silhouette of a mountain.
Yeah.
But it's not the mountain, right?
Well,
Come on,
okay.
you can do it.
This is
I believe in
ridiculously
you.
semantic.
You can say it. Come on.
Come
say
on,
it.
you can do it. Is
Come
that the
on.
mountain?
Well, silhouettes.
No, it's not the
We're
mountain.
rooting
Guess
for
what,
you.
buddy?
Come on,
That's
Rumpus.
not the sun either.
Okay, so in other words, you're telling me if I were to put you behind the sun behind you, so there's no light coming from the face of you towards me, and there's this shadow.
My shadow will not be me.
Hold on,
That's
hold on.
correct.
Oh no, there's a silhouette's different from a shadow. The shadow
Correct.
is the silhouette and shadow are two different things. The shadow.
The silhouette will not be
Hold on,
me.
let me listen. Let me finish. The shadow of something is where you have light going past an object and then it landing, or the shadow of that thing landing on another object which you see. That's a shadow. This is not.
Shadow
a
doesn't land anywhere.
Okay,
The shadow is the
What
lack
is
of
it
light,
then?
not a
Finish
thing.
my goddamn sentence. This is
Well, then be accurate.
Let me finish. This is a silhouette. So it's not a shadow, it's a silhouette. It's cutting
So it's
out
not the mountain.
Oh my god. The mountain is cutting out the light where it is in present from the light that's coming sun. It's hitting the back of the mountain, and because there's no light landing on this side of the mountain because the sun is behind it, therefore there's no light emerging from the mountain. The only light you see is from the sun. So this is a silhouette.
So the
So
silhouette.
it's not the
Oh
mountain.
my
It's
God.
kind of like a
You can argue
global
the light-
ballet,
Do
right?
you want to argue
A
the light
global
coming
ballet.
You
off the
just took a
mountain?
really
You
wrong
want to
trip to
argue
say
that
it's
the
not
light
the
coming
mountain
off
there,
the
Rumpus.
mountain is the mountain, and the light being obscured by the mountain, you can also argue is the mountain.
Nope.
Yeah, it's
Only
a
an idiot would
ridiculous,
argue that those are
ridiculous
both the
semantic
mountain.
question.
It's not the mountain. No, it's
Yes,
not
it's the
semantics.
mountain.
It's important because I asked you a little
The
while ago if that was the
silhouette of
sun,
the
and you
mountain,
insisted
I
it was, but it
Right away, it's a
clearly,
silhouette of the mountain.
obviously, logically is not the sun.
Silhouette of the mountain.
So right, okay. Listen, is that the mountain, Rumpus? Just yes or
It's
no?
the silhouette of the mountain.
Is it the real physical mountain that you could fire a gun at and hit?
Well, no. This is a question about refraction.
Yeah, we're going to
Refraction,
get
right?
into refraction again.
So my question is it the real mountain?
It's the
Of
silhouette.
course, it's the mountain. I don't understand where you guys are meant to be going with this.
You don't need to understand.
You
why.
said if you shoot
Right,
it
Right,
with
okay.
a gun
So
at it,
I'll tell you what. So
said
your
no.
shadow. Right. Okay. Listen.
I mean, of course, you can allow for refraction, as snipers do.
Yeah.
If you allow for refraction in your shot, then yes, you will hit it.
Okay.
Why does your
Hold
sun-
on. Just a second, guys. So if you're stood on the other side of a car and it's a hot day, right? So the roof of the car is kind of hot, right? So somebody's looking through, towards you across that car. They're going to see this wobbly head, with all this weird stuff going on, right? Is all the weird stuff going on you?
Well, it's light coming from you.
No, but is it you?
Well,
Yeah, this is an incredibly semantic question, Ranty.
It's not, because this is the same
No, it's
thing.
not. It's
Ranty,
spot on
do you
on the
accept that the light coming from you is you? Do you happy with that?
No.
Well, okay, if you don't.
The
accept
light coming from you is not you. You are you.
Well, okay then. So nothing you ever see is you then. It's just the light coming from you. Okay, we'll go with that.
Nothing you ever see is what you think it is, if that's your definition of what is you.
Yeah.
But you've just told us that that isn't.
That's your claim, of course. We understand what your claim is.
This is something you've had a problem with before,
Sure.
Ranty.
No, this isn't there. This isn't there, right?
Let me finish. You do not experience the thing you're looking at exactly. The light, to get the information from the thing you're looking at, light has to leave the thing you're looking at or being.
That's
your claim.
and Rumpus 2020.
Let me finish.
Nothing you ever see is what you're looking at. Oh my god.
Let me finish. So the light coming from something is not the same as the thing. It's the way that information about that thing arrives in your sensory system. So if you want to go down that route, yes, nothing you ever see is the thing that you see. It's the light from the thing.
Your eyes are always lying to you, folks. Every second of every day that you see things, they're always lying to you. You're not seeing anything.
Yeah.
Every
Can't
other
trust the
sense.
senses, correct.
Don't trust your senses.
Yeah.
Can you have a silhouette of something that isn't
You're
there?
not in contact with the object. There's a
Hold on.
medium.
Hold on.
Can you have a silhouette of something that isn't there?
To you via light.
Right. Hold on. Let me listen to Brian Mabbott. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
Can you have a silhouette of something that is not there?
No.
And Ranty, real quick, if you will
Not
control
where.
us-
Hold on.
Good question.
We talked
Brian.
about this.
Hold on, Aaron. Hold on, Aaron. Hold on, Aaron. Hold on. Hold on.
Mute us so that y'all can have a conversation.
Yeah, well,
we'll all jump in.
Right. So I want Brian to answer. Sorry, I want Rumpus or Ruhif to answer Brian's question.
Yeah.
I said no.
Yeah, I agree. I'm real agree.
So that mountain is there then, and it's
Yes,
a
we agree it's
silhouette
there.
of that mountain
Allowing
that
for
is
refraction.
there,
Allowing for
not
refraction.
not a
Oh, it's
fracted
refracted. Everything
Yes,
image,
refracted.
Let him finish,
an
Rumpus.
actual mountain that is silhouetted by the sun, not a refracted image. that
No,
could
it is a
not
refracted
cause-
image.
It's
How
all
does it
refracted.
silhouette a refraction?
refracted.
How can you have a silhouette of a refracted image?
Because light bends. We're seeing bent light. It is not in the actual position in which we see it, because light has
Are
bent
you
before it
seeing
got
light?
here.
Are you seeing light bend from beyond a curve or straighten? Or is it
The light is
straightening
not
for
straight.
us to see it?
The light is not straight. We have a density gradient in our atmosphere. It causes light to bend.
You cannot have a silhouette of fuck all.
It's the mountain.
You have just proved your
Oh,
own
welcome
point
to Flat
is
Earth.
complete
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
nonsense. I'm not saying welcome to Flat Earth. I'm saying your point, you have just proved it to be complete and utter nonsense.
Let me draw you a diagram.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh,
Do it,
the
Rumpus.
diagram. Threats. Are you threatening us there, Rumpus?
That's a threat from
No,
Rumpus.
I
when he
agree.
brings out
I
that,
agree.
we're in
This is-
trouble now.
This
Here
is
we go. Here we go.
Hey, guess what? Your diagram's not going to make you right. It's just going to make you
it
look
is.
just
Oh no,
stupid.
it'll explain it to fucking morons
Cannot
there.
have a
Hey,
silhouette
we understand it.
of
You're the one who's
something that
refusing to
is
just
not
admit you're
there.
wrong.
Yeah, we can't help being right. So here we go.
You
So here we
cannot have a silhouette
here-
of something that is not there.
I'll show you.
You are completely off your trolley.
Right, here we go. So there we have the sun. Not to
Right,
start.
here we go.
Right, so here we go. There's the sun, and here we have a mountain here, right? And here we have, and I'm going to put an observer here. Let's go and get you a better looking observer. if you like.
That's fine. We'll settle for an
We'll go
observer
that way.
looking
Right,
at.
Brilliant. Right. So,
Right.
So here is the light coming from the sun.
Yep.
Then over here, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me just.
Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
There we go. So there we go.
Has he got his crayons out?
You see, there you so there's a ray of light coming here. This would arrive at the person here, but oh no, there's something in the way. So even though the light is bent, you can still have things silhouetted with bent rays. It's very, very,
Very good.
very, very.
So it's
simple.
not the mountain.
Rumpus,
wait a
move,
minute,
move,
a silhouette. Wait.
move your light source.
So
Move your
this-
light
A
source.
silhouette
here
is lack of light.
Move your light source. Move your light
Therefore,
source
Ranty,
93
Yes,
billion
yes.
there's no
times.
light in a silhouette.
Move it.
the silhouette of this object.
Move
It's
it.
really,
Silhouettes
really,
don't have
really
light.
simple.
That's the
Move.
There's
point
no
That's
light
right.
in
of
a
a silhouette.
There's no
There's no
light in a
silhouette
silhouette.
to bend, Rumpus.
That's
Move
There
our
is no
definition of
light
a
in a
possibly
silhouette.
most
Did you hear
of
what
A
Brian
the
said,
amount of
Rumpus?
light.
conversation.
Because he's trying to
Like a
prove there's no
shadow.
light in the silhouette to bend, Brian said.
That's why we see black.
So you,
There is
basically,
not.
you're
Because it's a
bending
silhouette.
darkness.
It's blocking light.
It's all
There's no
together,
light
guys.
for it to bend.
You're bending
It's
darkness.
complete and utter
Okay.
nonsense.
No, I'll tell you what this person can see. So here we go. This person here, because he.
Here we go. Here we go.
Listen, moron. So he.
Move your Rumpus.
He,
Move your light source.
Let me finish. So he sees this object, the light that's being blocked. He thinks the sun is up here. From his point of view, the sun's up here, and he believes the silhouette is there. So therefore, this object, he's going because he draws out straight lines from his line of vision. That's the way the vision works. You assume it works in straight lines. You've got no other option, and so he sees the let me finish. Let me finish. So
Let
he
him
sees-
finish.
So he sees this portion of the sun missing where that object is, and so he sees the silhouette and the sun up here. So with bendy light, you can have silhouettes and the sun, no problem. Go ahead.
Complete and utter nonsense, Rumpus, and you know
my
it.
That, I mean, even a 9-year-old would have understood that explanation. My God.
A silhouette is lack of light, not light. How do you bend?
It's so
How do you
simple.
bend lack of light?
So
You
I've just shown
lunatic!
I've just shown you how the effect works. You perceive the silhouette here, you perceive the sun up there. If you can't see what I've said is correct, I mean, you're just too stupid to talk to. No, just don't say anything. You're too stupid to participate in this conversation. Well, you're a moron. You're too stupid to know how stupid you are.
You're saying a shadow.
Can you not see? Do you understand that an observer will extrapolate the light that arrives at them in a straight line? So they will operate. I've drawn it in yellow. I'll make it a bit darker perhaps here. So when the light arrives, they will see the light, this black ray coming in, and they will then assume, because light travels in a straight line, that it goes out like this. And then
I don't care what they assume. I'm not talking about anybody called they. I'm demanding that you accept the fact that it's not the mountain, and you won't do it. I don't care about they. If you want to talk about they, go talk to they. Whoever they are, you go talk to them about it.
Anybody with a sensory system will perceive the object as being here and the sun to be there.
Hey, speak for yourself, buddy.
Okay.
You don't decide what I perceive.
Okay, let's listen to Brian. Let's listen to Brian.
He's talking complete utter nonsense.
Right. Okay.
What is the chat thinking of this, by the way?
Right. Listen. Let's listen to Brian. I want to listen to Brian's response. Go ahead, Brian.
Honestly, Rumpus, you are the best advert for Flat Earth by far. You cannot say... Shut up, let me fucking talk. You cannot say in one breath, light travels straight, and then in the next breath you're saying it. Yes, you did!
When did I say that? No, I didn't. I said
you said we're looking at it in a straight line.
Light bends, and I say the way that you interpret it when it arrives at your vision, you draw a straight line. Not where
straight line. I thought you said light bends.
Listen, that's not where light goes. That's where you interpret it as coming from. It's very simple.
You are talking complete and utter nonsense.
You're talking out of your rumpus, Rumpus.
Have a silhouette which is lack of light bending through light. You are completely off your trolley.
I know that you came bottom of your class in every class you ever took, presumably. I mean, presumably you've never passed an exam in your life.
Is this all you can stoop to? Is personal attacks? Is this all you can stoop to? Personal attacks. 1 minute. At 1 minute. Ranty, stop him for fuck's sake.
objects that I'm drawing here. As a 9-year-old, I mean, I would have understood this when I was
Right,
7.
is I mean, the audience is hearing, a decent back and forth. To be honest, Brian, I'm taking care of it.
It's a shit fight,
good.
Ricky.
He's talking complete and utter nonsense. 1 minute he's saying light bends, but then he's saying a silhouette, which is lack of light. There is no light coming from a silhouette. It is lack of light. He's bending around a fucking curve. Lupus, you are a lunatic.
You're just too stupid to talk to. Ruth, am I
Okay, hold on.
There's a simple way to explain what I just done.
That's not a valid argument. That's you just calling names.
I can't get it to be much simpler than that, really, can I, Ruhif? I mean, the object, as I say, you as an observer will draw out a straight line where you perceive the object to be. So you will see the mountain is here, you will see the sun is up there, and therefore that's where you see the silhouette. It's really simple.
It doesn't need to be simpler, it needs to make sense, which you are refusing to make it do.
And by the way, no one is saying that the lack of light, like no light, curves. It's just that no light reaches that part of the sensor.
But the mountains, on your belief, are beyond our sight. So how has no light come up and presented itself where it is?
That's what the silhouette is no light.
Yeah. Exactly, so it can't bend. It cannot
right,
bend.
the light that you do see,
It is
the light
not
that you do
affected
see
by
does.
refraction, is it? There is no
The
light.
light that you do see does. Everything else in that photo is receiving refracted light except for the black parts.
Can't you see
There's no light coming to the sensor when it's black.
Yeah, the hole in the object, because the object is perceived as up here. This is where the sun is perceived by the observer, and this is where the hole is perceived. Really simple.
Right, let me take a super chat from Silent Zero who says, Rumpus, the clown, it's only there to misinform people. Do you think you're misinforming people right now?
No, I'm having a problem dealing with stupid people. I mean, obviously you're willfully stupid. You don't want to understand science. You don't want to learn. You don't want to educate.
Can you provide...
Hold on, Rumpus, hold on. Can you say science proves nothing?
Your class, you're remedial. You won't.
Okay, so there was a question asked to you by Brian there that said, didn't you once say that science proves nothing?
Correct. But it's
I agree with that.
Yeah,
okay.
But what science can do and say is this is the most probable explanation, and it's never been invalidated.
It's never been validated. You're right. It's never been
invalidated.
No, it's never been validated.
No.
Can you
been invalidated?
Okay, it's never been validated either, because this is what.
Never been invalidated.
No, I've been.
No, never been invalidated.
Show me the validation of this.
Because you
no,
show me.
Say that.
Yeah, I know. If it's never been
listen, I can come up with something that has not been invalidated.
Listen.
Little green invisible men are
everybody be quiet.
The light up around the curve.
Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet. So you've just said it's never been invalidated, right? So that's your claim. It's never been invalidated, which means that it must have been validated at some point. So wait a minute. So if it's never been, hold on, don't interrupt me. Hold on, just don't interrupt me. I want to get this right for the audience, right?
Are you declared innocent of a crime or not guilty of a crime?
Just let me finish. So it's never been invalidated, but it's never been validated. So you're saying it's a grey area?
No, it's not a grey area.
So if it's not a grey area, has it been validated?
Right. It could be all down to invisible green pixies, but we can't prove that it's not down to invisible green pixies. So therefore we cannot say it's been proved. But what we can say is over millions and millions and millions of observations and experiments, it's never been invalidated. So it's science's best explanation. Let me finish. It's science's best explanation. It's never been invalidated. But we can't prove we're not in a software simulation or in the Matrix. So we can't say it's been proved.
So,
Raptor, you got another super chat. Read that super chat.
Yeah, okay, so another super chat from Silent Zero who says, Rumpus is recorded saying that the whole body of science proves the globe.
Until we prove that it doesn't. And then they changed their mind. They went Karl Popper on us.
I'm quite guilty.
When I've ever said that in the context of validation, Now, if you want to go to the logical proof, then nothing's been proved. But when when we're discussing, you took context is important. If we're talking about what we accept to be true, so for instance, if we accept that not invisible green pixies don't exist, we accept we're not in the Matrix, we accept we're not in a software simulation, but our senses are giving us the correct.
Okay, right.
Let me finish my goddamn sentence.
Okay, Ranty, we've got 100 people watching.
Yeah, I know.
Nearly there.
Get on with it. 5 seconds, go on.
Right. So if we accept that our senses are giving us a true representation of reality, you could argue that has been proved. Finished.
Okay, right. So for the audience, right? So nobody interrupt me in saying this, but it's neither been validated or invalidated. What he is claiming right now, they are two simple facts. Never been validated, never been invalidated. Right? Make of that. Hold on. Don't interrupt me. You asked not to be interrupted on yourself. Hold on. You never. Hold on. I asked 5 minutes ago if it's been validated.
No, you didn't. You asked me proved.
Ruhif, did I ask if it had been validated 5 minutes ago? Right, okay, so did anybody else hear me ask, had it been...
You asked if it had been validated repeatedly, and they refused to tell you that it's been validated.
Yes, I know. My question, so for the audience...
It's been shown to be consistent with...
Okay, so...
is the best phrase we can use.
I may be able to finish my sentence on my show right now to round everything up, exactly what's just transpired. The Rumpus has presented this information that has neither been invalidated, but also has never been validated.
It's been validated, sorry. Yes.
No.
I've had a bottle of wine, so I'm a little bit worse for wear, but it has been validated. It's not been...
Right, okay, so if it's never been validated, can you... So if it's been validated,
principles, we can argue it's been
if you're going to let me finish my goddamn sentence... Can you show me the validation?
Yes, when we have an object and we put it in refraction conditions, we can see a silhouette. So we can actually
show me the validation.
Well, I don't have it to hand. I don't have an experiment with the sun to hand. No. What do you expect?
It depends what you mean.
I don't mind if you come back another day to show this validation of what you've presented. I don't mind if that's another day.
I mean, you're asking me
but
to validate.
You've said you have the claim. You said you've got the proof. That's fine. I'll accept your word for it.
Proof. Remember, I have validation.
You have proof of the validation.
No, I don't have proof. I have the validation because.
That's what I've. Oh my goodness! I've just said you have the proof of the validation. You have the... Do you want me to say it again even slower so it goes through your head? You have the proof of
Sounds like Rumpus
the validation. Of the validation. Of the validation. Oh my...
Did he just say he's got... Did he say he's got no proof of anything?
I can't prove I'm even a human being to you.
Oh my...
You're not! You're not!
He doesn't know what proof is. That's the problem.
Do you know?
He doesn't
seriously?
understand.
At this point,
I've used the word proof colloquially,
you know,
dozens of
immune
times,
to fire.
and I catch myself.
Just kill me now. Seriously. Kill me now.
He's the best advert for Flat Earth, I'm telling you.
Kill me now.
He's on his back.
Ruth made a great point. Sometimes I use the word proof like he does colloquially to mean if you accept that your senses are giving you, you believe you're on a world, you believe you're a real person, then you can use the word proof in a sort of colloquial sense, in the sense if you accept that as the context. And that's why I've occasionally used the word proof in the past. And as Ruhif just said, he tries to catch himself. But if you use the word proof, it can have two meanings. One, it's a logical proof, which is completely and utterly true, like 1 + 1 = 2 is a logical proof. Or you can use proof in the sort of colloquial sense, where you're saying, well, if you accept the world and you accept your senses are working correctly, science has shown this to be the case.
It's reached my threshold.
Yes, so there's a colloquial proof. So I think Ruth makes an excellent point then, and I've actually made the same point myself several times. The word proof has multiple meanings. So when we talk about science not being able to prove anything, we're talking about the logical proof. like 1 + 1 is equal to 2. But you have to then believe that you're not invisible green fairies. You have to believe you're not in the Matrix. You have to believe you're not in a software simulation. You have to make all sorts of qualifications.
They have a fundamental misunderstanding of the word proof. Got it.
Yeah, you don't understand what proof means. Yeah, exactly.
You don't.
Proof it.
Rumpus doesn't understand what proof
Prove that,
means.
Rumpus.
Good elevator music.
You're so stupid and so ignorant. Is this why we have to?
Yeah, it's got to be me, right? Because I'm the one throwing out insults instead of making arguments, right? Oh wait, no, that's you.
Right. Okay. So, do you think?
You haven't simplified anything. You've got to
Okay.
it up.
Listen.
Garbage.
Listen.
Let's see if we can say what we're saying for a 9-year-old.
Do you? Right. Listen, Rumpus. Listen. Do you think at another time that you could perhaps return and show us this validation?
Okay, so what do you want? Let's get down what you want to be validated. Is it just the bending of light, or what?
What do you want? What do you mean by validated to begin with?
Well, you provided a diagram.
Yeah.
You provided a diagram that showed what you believed was happening with Mount Cano. So you said that it had never been invalidated.
Yep.
I was asking you, well, can you provide proof that it was validated?
Right, so you want to know that the path of the light ray, that's what you want validation for. The path of the light ray from the sun to the observer and the silhouette.
I want to see the validation of the claim that you made with the diagram.
Right, so you want a validation that silhouettes obscure light that's being refracted and bent. That's what you want to see.
I think you could do this, Ranty. You've got a fish tank and a laser, right?
Yeah. You could do it.
Well, why would you want me to validate your claims? You've already told me that you have the validation.
You're a science denier, and you don't accept.
Why? Well, hold on! Don't categorise me.
Hold on, you said science don't prove anything, Ruben.
Don't categorise me. Don't categorise me.
You're a science denier, so that's why.
Hold on. Hold on. I need to stop you there, Rumpus. I need to stop you there, Rumpus. I need to stop you there. I need to stop.
Hello, Ranty.
If I have to mute you, Rumpus, I will. But I don't want to.
Hello, Ranty.
Yes, hello. 1 second. You just said that I'm a science denier. You've made that claim. Can you show me where I am a science denier?
You think the globe's flat?
No, you just said I'm a science denier.
Yeah, the science says the globe is a globe.
This channel has been built upon research.
No, it hasn't.
I would call research science.
You're not scientific. You don't do any sort of scientific research.
So hold on, wait a minute. Hold on.
Just boot him now.
Yeah.
Looming, you still don't understand that.
Just let the right. Okay.
He's going to deny that you're doing.
He's going to overtalk me the whole way, isn't he? He's going to
geometry.
He's going to overtalk me the whole way.
Go on, you go.
So you're doing an observation, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you doing with that?
What am I doing with that? I'm showing it to people as an observation.
Mm.
And also
just as an observation, so you're not doing it as a scientific, any kind of...
Well, I mean, I'm being quite scientific about it. I'm taking temperature profiles.
Okay. So when I've taken...
That's called being
hold
thorough,
on.
being scientific.
So when I... but just let me finish.
That's what science is.
So when I was thorough. So when I've taken observation heights and temperatures and told you distances and showed the time of day and all that kind of thing, would you not say that was scientific?
Well, no, you just take pictures. You don't understand.
Hold on, no. That isn't what I asked you, Rumpus.
You take pictures, yes. Okay.
No. That isn't what I asked you. When I take measurements of my height, temperature of the sea, temperature of the air, and I tell you the distance to the target, and I show you the observation, is that not being scientific?
Well, it's barely registered as scientific. I mean, you still don't understand that.
No. Never mind what I understand. Am I being scientific?
You don't understand what's going on. You're not.
Never mind that. Never mind if I understand what's going on. Never mind that. Am I being scientific?
Well, no. You're denying science. You're denying the science.
How is? Hold on. How is taking an observation, saying this is what I see, this is my observation height, this is the measurement if you want to see it, this is me getting the tape measure out, this is the time that I took it, this was the temperature of the water, this was the temperature of the air temperature, you know, how is that unscientific?
Well, you
Because
make
you're ignoring peer review for a start.
Exactly. You make so many mistakes. Like,
how is that being unscientific when we're going into this line of research?
Because you make so many mistakes, it's unscientific. For instance, you misidentified loads of the Isle of Man, you misidentified mountains in Wales, you misidentified turbines, you misidentified oil rigs.
Okay, Ruhif.
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, I was literally about to go. Anyway.
Yeah, don't run away. Don't run away. You're the token Glober tonight. Unless another Glober's turned up tonight. Who've we got in? I'm looking for a Glober. Yes.
If I can, Randy.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Sam.
I don't think they I don't think they understand what verification is, though. Because
you know,
Rumpus does not know what proof
verification.
is. He misdescribed what proof is.
Let's say I'm gonna give an example, right, of what verification is for me. Let's say I make the statement, "There's black cats," right? And if you tell me, you ask me for verification, and I go and explain you that the cats are because the pigment of the skin or whatever.
He's roboting, right? I can't hear shit. Yeah.
Yeah, you're roboting there, silent zero. Unfortunately, you might have to rejoin. Okay, so we did have. Who else wanted to ask Ruhef a question?
I just wanted to say one thing. Rumpus was doing the exact same thing Toon was going with, because Toon would call me a science denier, right? So when he says science denial, he's just saying you come to a different opinion about what you see than I do, right? Because you're seeing you make the same observations, right? He's just going to say, oh, that land is refracted up, that's why you can see it, and we're going to say, no, you can see it because it's there.
And yet, when we ask,
to me or what?
Yeah, but when we ask for this proof, it's somehow
use the word proof. Don't use the word proof. Try and avoid to use the word proof.
Why?
Because you can't prove anything.
It sounds like Ruhif also doesn't understand what proof means.
You can't have a burden of I don't know what proof is. It's a burden of proof, not a burden of I can't identify what
colloquially,
proof is.
And colloquially, that just means it overcomes my threshold to believe it.
Exactly. And that's why that's why proof is personal. I can't prove the Earth. You can't prove anything to anybody. You can only present what you present. Now, if you think a sunset proves the Earth is a spinning ball, that's on you. That's your thing. But what we did see is,
I think people should be compelled to believe it based on that. Yes.
Compelled by?
You should be compelled to believe that.
No, their own brain, you idiot. Not like the fucking cops come along and say
compelled by somebody else.
Their brain sees the sun move. Why would they think the Earth does? You're just being brainwashed. Come on, dude. That makes no logic. Sun moves, therefore Earth moves. That's your logic. That is illogical. Sun moves, therefore sun moves. That's logic. That fits. Yours, sun moves, therefore Earth moves, is retarded.
Hang on, mind of God. Ask Ruhif who is his employer. I am unemployed, mind of God. I've been unemployed for over a decade now.
Is that the line?
Yeah. So what's the point of the question? What's the point, mind of God? Yeah.
What's the first rule of Fight Club?
Yeah, I mean,
don't talk about
nobody. If you have to, when you intentionally contradict yourself, nobody can take you serious. You have to be an agent. If you're going to say A is B, and we're like, are you saying the sun moves, therefore the Earth moves, A equals B? And you're like, yep, that's what I'm saying. We're like, you're an idiot.
No.
And you're going, no, it's legit.
I'm saying from our perspective.
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm saying the fundamental logic of that everything is built on is A equals A. If you don't have A equals A, you don't have anything, because A could be anything, right? So you are denying the very foundation that logic is built on, the most simplest premise of all, A equals A. You say no, A equals B, because you're retarded.
From our perspective, we see the sun move. We don't know whether it's us stationary and the sun moving, or the sun stationary and we are moving.
Yes, we do.
Sun moves, therefore sun. You're still denying the logic. Sun moves, therefore you don't know sun moves. That's not logic. That's illogical. The only hope you have to keep your religion or belief of the ball alive is to be illogical. You have to be illogical. Because if you, at any point, if you subscribe to logic, you unsubscribe to the ball. Subscribe to logic that sun moves equals sun moves, can't be a baller. Subscribe to the logic that up is up and down is down, can't be a baller. You can't do it.
Appears to move.
Subscribe to illogical.
The sun moves until you prove otherwise, which you haven't done.
No.
Yes,
sun
because
appears
that's exactly
to
what
move.
it does. The sun moves until you prove otherwise. That's what our
sun
senses tell us. So
appears
the
to
sun
move.
moves until you prove otherwise. Just
Sun
like the ground is
appears
flat until
flat.
you prove otherwise, because that's what our senses tell us. The ground is flat and it's not moving. So unless you can prove that our senses are lying to us, it is flat and not moving, and the sun moves.
Well, air is failure. Air is failure is kind of air is failure, Ruhif. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I have no idea what air is failure is. I've not researched at all.
Maybe you should, and you'll realise that actually it's not the Earth that's turning. You'll actually realise that it's the heavenly bodies that's moving.
Maybe we should ask Bob and his gyro.
You don't need to do that. You could do it yourself. You could literally do it yourself.
What is Aries failure?
Aries failure, they filled a telescope with water, and then they were able to track a star, and they were able to measure the change. Whether or not they actually got the image through the refraction of the water, and they were able to tell whether or not, by doing that, whether or not it was the Earth that was moving or the stars that were moving. And they were able to determine that the only way they could get the angle that was needed for the telescope and the exact line of the way that the light would hit the telescope could only have happened if the stars were moving and not the Earth.
Yeah, like I said, I got no idea about it, so I have to read it.
I would definitely look it up. If you've never looked into it, I mean, you're one of the best globe Earth debunkers. I mean, I'm surprised that you've never looked into Aries failure. It's one of the most well-known tests or experiments that's happened in the past couple of hundred years.
The water rings a bell.
Yeah, you should look into that. I mean, it might change your mind on a lot of things. If you realise that the Earth wasn't turning, and you realised it was the stars that were moving, what would your worldview then be?
Turning.
But if you looked into Aries failure and you repeated it, and you found out that the stars were moving, what would you feel then?
Yeah, it's you're asking me the same question as if I found out the Earth was flat, I'd believe the Earth was flat.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking if it's flat.
Like if I accept the result of this experiment.
No, you see, that's the thing. The globers in your model, the stars are the be-all and end-all. Us as flat earthers, we know the terra firma that we live on is flat, right? So we never look at the stars. But when we go into your model and we say, look at the stars, and we say, I tell you what, look at Aries failure and the experiment that was done there, and that can determine whether or not the Earth is moving or whether or not the stars are moving, and it proves that the stars are moving, then suddenly that's an issue for you.
Just like you take observations and go, this proves the flat Earth, I guarantee you this Aries failure does not prove that the stars are not moving.
I guarantee that it does.
Yeah, well, either way, you're asking me to accept your interpretation.
No. I mean, we're asking to believe in the body of science. I mean, we're talking about people here that were, astronomers, not just of the day, but imperial, astronomers. Talking about really, really clever people that understood this stuff. That if this test was done this way, it would prove one way or the other whether the stars moved or whether the Earth moved. And they did it, and they found out that actually the stars moved.
So if I said to you that the body of science accepts that the stars moved, what would you say?
That the Earth is stationary.
He's not telling you that. He's telling you, do an experiment. You can do experiment yourself. using
Yeah,
a
I know,
telescope
but
and water.
the
That's what he's
body
telling
of science, whatever you call the body of science, as a anthropological entity, knows about Aries failure, whatever it happens to be. Do you
The
agree?
body of science is a bunch of people. Okay. Now, if
Yeah.
you're going to go to a bunch of people and believe them when they tell you that the sun moves because the earth is spinning you around, that's on you. You have a belief in what people say. You're in a religion.
Do you agree that most of those people would know about Aries failure?
Probably not.
What I'm trying to get at is that these people must know of it and
Probably
have reasons
not.
to disbelieve
You
it.
haven't heard about
I
it.
bet you're the only one on the panel here, and everybody listening on YouTube, I bet you're the only one that hasn't heard of that.
No, I've heard of it. I don't know what the actual experiment is.
It definitively proves that the Earth is not spinning.
Say again?
It definitively proves that the Earth
You
is not
say that,
spinning.
but then you put up a video saying this is 100% proof that the Earth is flat.
So
I
you
don't
go
believe
into
your
okay.
certainty.
So nobody in the chat is sticking up and saying that Aries failure did this, that, and the other. Nobody, right? And you know all the glow trolls that we have in here. Nobody's mentioning this, right? And we've got how many panelists here? And everybody's keeping their mouth shut because they know you're under a rock here, Rumpus. Ruhif.
or they don't know about it. You know, they haven't researched it either. Like
okay, well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you haven't researched it. I'll appreciate that, but I will assume that maybe over the next few days you'll find a little bit of time to look into it. I'll assume that, and then maybe the next time we talk, we can look into that. I'm not going to ring your balls about it if you don't know about it.
Oh, if you do, I'll ring your balls about Wolfie's satellite imagery.
Tell us about that. Tell us what's happened.
Oh, so there's geostationary satellites, right, which have to be a certain distance away from the Earth and obviously over the same spot of Earth. So they're in a particular orbit that places them over a spot on the Earth. During the equinox, they basically get eclipsed, predictably eclipsed, and Wolfie has captured those satellites being eclipsed. It's a really nice... I almost said the word proof.
Did you say
really
geostationary and low Earth orbit at the same time?
I did not say the words low Earth orbit.
Okay.
Okay, so there are some...
Earth.
So when you say he's captured them, what, blinking out?
Yes.
Okay, so you're able to determine when
again,
they are you're able to determine when some of them are partially eclipsed with shadow.
Yeah, predict. You can predict when they go into the
what?
Yeah, that's what geostationary means.
Yeah, but into the what? Who's talking?
Well,
how have you seen that from Earth?
Okay, so when they're not in Earth's shadow, they reflect a tiny bit of light, and you can see that light, right? And then when they go into Earth's shadow, there's no light reflected, so you see these satellites blink out in the footage.
Do you know how high they are, by the way, Ruhif? Geostationary satellites, do you know how high they are?
35,000 Ks or something?
Close enough, 25,000. Okay, close enough.
Yeah. They couldn't just turn them off, could they?
Well, again, like Rumpus was saying, we can't exclude the possibility of, invisible green fucking pixies, right? This is a prediction made by the globe that these things would blink out, and Wolfie's captured it. So it's consistent with the model.
So since you can't guarantee that it's not those pixies, it makes sense to rely on your senses to determine what reality is, because you can't exclude other things.
Yeah, we have a model that predicts it, and the prediction came out correct, and therefore...
But it makes sense to rely on your senses, which are things that are showing you reality. You do hear things, you do see things, right?
Yeah, but you do have to take that with a little bit of grain of salt. Like, your senses aren't always correct.
When are they not correct?
Oh, fucking people think they see ghosts, right?
But they don't actually see them.
Oh, I don't believe so, no.
How do you know they don't? Correct. How would you know if it's your senses are how you get all your information? How would you know if they weren't correct?
There's no philosophical way to confirm that your senses are correct. We could be in the Matrix.
Okay, so then we have to assume they're correct, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We all have the 5 senses, so that's the baseline, right?
Yeah, assume that your senses are correct with the knowledge that they may not be.
Well, I think if you've managed to get through life to this point
as soon as you acknowledge that they may not be telling the truth, you get to believe literally anything you want, because you can always say, well, maybe one of your senses is lying to you. You can decide anything in the world is real at all.
Prove to me we're not in the Matrix. Prove to me we're not in the Matrix.
Well, I don't need to prove that to you. I don't care if you believe it or not.
You
only need to prove something to someone if you want to convince them. If you don't want to convince them, you don't have an obligation to provide proof. I don't care if you believe that or not, so I'm not going to try and prove it to you.
Okay, good.
But I can
prove, and that's not the point. That's changing the subject. What I'm talking about was the senses. If you can't show what you're saying, you can't prove any of it, okay? If you can't prove any of it, well, then it makes sense to start with a standard that all people can agree on. If they can see it in front of their eyes happen, then it's a thing that happens. If they can't, then it's not. It's that simple.
You can't prove that.
I can prove something to you, Ruhiv.
That's exactly what
I can prove to you that if we deprive you of vitamin C for about a year or so, your teeth are going to start falling out.
All right, what's the logical proof? Give me a syllogism. Let's do it.
Ruhiv,
I guarantee
can I ask
cannot
you
prove
something? Can I ask you a question?
Guarantee
Ruhiv?
you. Yeah. Yep. Syllogism, please. Let's go. Was it Montreal that said the vitamin C?
Yeah, if you're deprived of vitamin C,
give me a syllogism.
You will get scurvy. If you are diabetic and you don't get insulin, you will die.
Hang on.
That's proof.
How did we went from vitamin C to insulin? What happened there?
Proof is
just giving you things that I can prove to you. I can also prove to you if I slap you across the face hard, every time you're going to feel it.
Prove it with a logical syllogism.
The law of nature.
Yeah, come next to me and I'll slap you, and you tell me the times that you don't.
Ranty, I think threats of violence warrants him being kicked out.
No, it's not violence.
He's not. He's not actually. Listen. He's not actually threatening to attack you or anything.
He didn't have.
I want to ask him a question, if it's possible.
Fair enough. If he was to say, That's fair enough. Yeah, you shouldn't have said if I was to do that. Maybe you should have said.
I didn't mean that. Don't be a little girl.
Okay, maybe hold on. Maybe flick his ear. Just flick his ear. Flick his ear. That's it.
No, 'cause that's violent.
Yeah, flick his ear or tickle him with a feather.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll allow that.
Yeah, what's your proof? What's your proof? In a logical syllogism, premise 1. What's premise 1?
Premise 1?
Yep.
That's working from your system.
Are you serious?
What system are you working for? When you say prove something, what system are you working from?
We're talking from the 5-sense system. If it can be shown with one or more of the 5 senses, then it can be proven. If it can't, it's theoretical, conjecture, surmising, imagination, pretend. That is the standard, because that's the only one we can all agree on, because that's the only one we all have the same of. 5 senses. We don't all have the same mind, the same imagination, the same surmisings, the same theories. We don't have the same of any of those. But guess what we do have the same of? The 5 senses. So that's a standard. If you don't accept that standard, you don't belong in the conversation, because you refuse to accept something that everyone else can agree on.
Prove to me that you're not in the Matrix being fed those senses.
Okay, Ruhiv, we take a candle, we light it, right? I bet you I can prove to you every time you put your hand over that candle and you leave it there for more than 5 seconds, you're going to get burned.
I could probably actually show you how that doesn't happen if I put something on my hand to protect my hand.
Without putting anything on your hand. No magic tricks.
Yeah. Again, prove to me you're not in the
We're
Matrix.
talking about raw senses. Bro, come on, Ruhiv. We're talking about raw senses here.
You need a line.
What you're looking at, this is all they've got left. This is all they can do now.
That's all they have.
They've got nothing.
All he can do is ask for proof of a negative. That's what he's trying to do. It doesn't make sense.
Because when you put it in a logical proof, you can't exclude certain things when you come to prove something scientifically.
You can exclude everything that can't be detected with one of the 5 senses. All of that can be excluded.
Cannot prove that we're not in the Matrix.
You cannot prove a negative, and I never claimed you could. We're not talking about proving
being in the Matrix.
Only you
being
are.
in the Matrix
is
always a
possibility. Another argument. You're insisting on proving a negative even though you probably understand that that's absurd
Ruhif, what
from
shape
any
is the
point of view.
matrix? Rufus,
can I ask him a
But
question?
listen, everybody, one at a
time.
time, please.
Okay.
Right.
Ruhif, what shape is the matrix?
I don't know. I don't believe we're in a matrix. I can't prove that we're not, though. So any
So you're being
logical proof that
intellectually dishonest?
any logical proof that you put forward, I guarantee you I will find some place in that proof where I
Okay,
can
so
say,
I
but you
have a
haven't
logical
excluded the possibility of the matrix.
I have a
Can't
logical
prove negative.
Okay, listen.
say sure?
Everybody's desperate to get in. I understand that. I've got 3 people desperate to get a word in. So let me start. Go down the panel. So Silent Zero, you were the first. We got the Bob Dole, and then we got Right Hand after. So Silent Zero, go ahead.
I'm not
I
speaking
just have
right
a
hand.
question. How would you demonstrate all the evidence of the globe to a blind person through him?
To a blind person, they'd have to have some level of trust in me.
Person.
They'd have to have some level of trust that I'm telling them the truth.
How would you try to tell them that they live in a sphere, a spinning ball?
I would have to talk to them and explain what evidence we have. Whether they can verify that evidence comes down to whether they trust me or not.
That's just it, right?
Yeah.
It's all down to trust.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So no, Bert, you have no way because they cannot sense any of the emotions or anything that you're gonna talk about. So they just gotta believe your story, right?
I mean, they could do the weight changes with latitude experiment, but they can't see the results of it unless they had like a talking set of scales or something.
But that's my point, though.
Okay, then
My
welcome
point
to
is
Flat
that
Earth.
you cannot actually. My point is that you cannot actually demonstrate none of your assertions.
Okay, hold on, guys. Don't overtalk each other. Okay, one sec. Listen, let me shout out Chuck for smashing the super chat with $8.99 to say, where is it? Get a job.
He didn't say anything.
Yeah, well, he did underneath that. He said, "Get a job and stop this crap." Okay.
That's to you, Randy, right? Surely.
I have no idea if it's to me. It's probably to you, Ruhif. I know your skin. You know, you definitely need a job. So it's quite possible he was talking.
Possibly.
It's quite possible he was talking to you then. Thank you,
Shout
Chuck.
out Chuck.
All right, I'll get a job, Chuck. Thanks, Chuck.
You tell him. Get him. Tell Ruhif to get a job. Yeah, exactly. Right. Okay. So that was Silent Zero. So Bob Dole.
Do you think that it's reasonable, logical, and intelligent to demand someone prove a negative to you?
My whole point in
Do
saying
you?
that is that
It's a yes or no question. I don't need an explanation. Do you think it's reasonable, logical, and intelligent to demand somebody prove a negative to you?
My entire point in saying that.
Okay, so
you're
not going to answer my question.
Therefore,
Got it.
I can always come up with an alternate explanation.
Logical, or reasonable to demand that from someone. He recognizes that it's not, but he's going to insist on doing that. That's his argument: is to demand something he knows is not intelligent, logical, or reasonable. There, I made my point. We can go on to the next person on the panel. He's an idiot.
To demonstrate to you that you cannot prove anything scientifically, you have to be able to disprove a negative. Prove a negative. No, prove to me that we're not in the Matrix. Prove to me we're not in the Matrix. Exactly.
Can't prove a negative. Can't prove a negative.
You can't.
That's right. That's my point. So you're demanding something that you recognize is not reasonable, logical, or intelligent. Thank you. That's what I said. That's what you're demanding. You already accept that it's not something that's worth demanding. It's not reasonable in any way. So you're demanding something that you recognize is not reasonable. You're not worth talking to until you're going to actually follow the rules of logic and intelligence that you yourself ascribe to.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You guys are saying, prove this is proven or whatever, right? And I'm saying you cannot prove things. And to demonstrate to you guys that you cannot, you have to be able to prove a negative, which you can't do.
You don't understand.
Then prove to me we're not in the Matrix. Prove to me we're not in the Matrix. Yes.
You're putting a standard on it that doesn't exist. You're saying that you have to be able to prove negative. I'm saying you don't, and then you're demanding that I prove a negative. That's not the standard. It's not part of the standard. It has nothing to do with the standard.
Is anyone else following?
You're making up a standard that does not exist.
I can prove it.
And you
can prove it that we're not in the Matrix.
You already did.
Okay, prove it.
All right. Give me a definition of the Matrix. What is the Matrix for you?
Let's say we're like we're actually a brain in a vat, and we're just being fed signals to simulate our senses.
Typical.
Yeah, answer. I can prove you that we're not, right?
Okay, do it. What's your logical syllogism to prove it?
Every day you wake up in your bed, every single human being.
No, that's just you being fed information that makes you believe you're waking up in your bed. See?
No.
Okay.
No, it's the Matrix. It's the Matrix
reality.
sending you information that tells you that makes you think.
I'm proving
the claim
that it's
that you're
not.
making, you have nothing to back it up, though.
Jesus Christ. Are you guys not getting this?
Would you take
I'm
the blue
getting
pill
it.
or
You're
the
an
red
idiot.
pill?
You're insisting on something that you
Ranty,
know
I
is
thought
not
we're going
intelligent.
down the line.
I get it.
We're going down the line.
When you think you're waking up in the morning, it's just the Matrix feeding you information that makes you think you're waking up.
And you can prove that claim, right?
No. That's the
Okay,
fucking point.
there
Holy
you
shit,
go.
you people are retarded. Holy shit.
Says the one who thinks you can apparently prove a negative. I don't know why you would think that. You just admitted you can't.
Well, Bob, I
but
mean,
you're
if everyone
insisting
else
on
okay,
one at a time. Hold on. Hold on. One at a time. Listen. We've got a question from right hand. Go ahead.
I'm no, right hand. Fuck off.
Well, no, sorry. You can ask me the question, and I'll ask you.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Is reality what we experience or what we don't experience? Now, what Ruhif is doing is he's turning reality into what he doesn't experience. He doesn't experience himself as a brain in a jar. So how does he make that real? He just says, well, what? But that's not, there must be a standard of reality, and it must be what you can experience. Because if reality doesn't include only what you can experience, then you can also include imagination into reality. And that's not a logical syllogism there for you there, buddy.
Phil KO in the chat. This is day one Descartes.
I think, therefore I am. Is that what you're saying?
Basically.
Yeah. No, this is 101 Karl Popper for you guys.
The point that Right the Hand just made is the point that I was making how long ago? That's what I was explaining.
I'm sure he'd say science doesn't prove things.
Okay, so hold on.
Who said Karl Popper?
Hold on. Everybody hold on.
You can include anything you want in reality.
Everybody hold on, right? So I want to hear the real Bob Dole. Do you want to clarify for Ruhif and the audience exactly what Right the Hand...
Who said Karl Popper?
Exactly what Right Hand said then.
Who said Karl Popper?
Montreal.
Has he gone quiet?
Yeah, I said Karl Popper. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's Karl Popper's? What's he most known for?
Well, what I'm talking about, Karl Popper, is he's the one that came up with science doesn't prove anything.
Excellent. Do you agree with him or you disagree with him?
I absolutely disagree with him, and I gave you many examples before.
Yeah, and
like he didn't know
I'm awaiting your logical syllogism for how, not getting vitamin C proves that you get scurvy or whatever.
Right? We don't need words.
Again,
sailors sailed, and it was proven.
You've
just. There's no syllogism needed. This is
if you want to call it proof, you'll need a syllogism. Are we operating within logic or not?
This is where you are wrong, though.
So we're not operating within logic.
It's a proven thing, dude. Ask anybody that knows anything about vitamin C. Ask any doctor, and will back me up.
Yeah, and they won't be able to prove it.
Ask your boy Bob, the science guy, if you want tomorrow. He'll tell you.
And I'm sure he will agree that he cannot prove that logically.
Well, then
he can show me a trillion examples. He can show me fucking however many examples of it happening as he wants, and I'll agree that's what
you're
happened.
mindless, apparently.
Hold on.
Right?
Are you saying that reality
being a
doesn't
contrarian, Rufus? That's
no. You guys are wanting proof, and proof is impossible.
No, it's
not. Are you saying that reality doesn't trump?
Then reality is impossible.
Sure,
if you
reality
think proof is impossible,
whatever
reality
you say,
is.
bro.
So Ruhif, you are useless, right? Bob the science guy is useless, right?
Phil KO.
Buzz Aldrin is useless, right? Because there is
you're denying something that can't be proven ever. So if you deny science, you're just as good as anyone who follows science because it can't be proven ever. So they're equal. That's what you're saying. Science is equal to literally any opinion that anyone in the whole world has at any time. You're saying they're exactly equal because you can never prove with science. Now,
Phil
do you make that
I would
claim?
highly recommend. Ready?
There you go.
Phil KO in the chat.
Perfect example. This is the perfect
I would highly
example
recommend
on.
everyone read the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy on the philosophy of science and the scientific method.
We don't need to read someone's
I agree.
philosophy. That's an
We live
opinion.
in reality.
Well,
not
if you want to disagree with it,
Not
I don't need
you want to
another
disagree,
theory.
then you've got to
I
prove
don't
something
need
to me with
another
logic.
theory thrown at me.
What a loser.
We've
Rookie,
already proven it
sorry,
with
you are
logic.
really loser.
Okay.
Sorry, I
This is
must
basically after
interrupt.
discussion. I've already shown how much of an idiot you are. This is just after discussion now.
So
This is
Ruhif,
how
Right,
far
hold on.
But maybe you
Listen,
didn't realize
hold
it. I already
on.
won.
Bob. Hold on, right. Okay, Yossi. It's been a while, my friend, and you had something to say?
Hello. Yeah, really. I'm
Before he starts,
excited.
can I answer a question in the chat?
Okay.
So NA Literist says, what will happen when you go to court and say that's impossible to prove? The standard of evidence in a criminal court is beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not a logical proof.
Criminal court is not how you establish reality.
Yeah, reality
but
isn't
Criminal court is based on something
listen.
that people
Okay.
did not witness
Listen,
themselves.
you go to court and the court says, we have to prove, they use the word prove, that you committed this murder or whatever, right?
Yes.
That standard of evidence in court is not a logical syllogism and it ends with, therefore you committed the murder. It has a standard called beyond a reasonable doubt.
Is it called
That's
proof?
what they call proof.
Yes.
Okay.
That's proof.
Right. Okay. Listen,
Well, it's not logical proof.
Okay.
Not logical proof.
Okay. Listen. Right. We'll get back to this. I promise. We will get back to this. Yossi, you had a question.
Yeah. First thing is, how can he trust Wolfie? He has been proved liar. I know at least two times.
I reject that entirely. Show me proof of Wolfie lying. Proof. I said proof. Fuck it.
He record the sunset and telling the angular size doesn't change, but when you inspect his footage, in fact the angular size is changing first.
And did you see
when
his
he
response
tried
to it?
when he tried to fake the lighthouse video, I think he was not able and smart enough. So he captured the mountains in the background, which couldn't exist on the globe. So I don't know if he's still he still these videos on his channel, because I don't follow retards, and I don't trust him anyway. And this philosophical state you have of this matrix, it is just showing how much of a loser you are like a person, because I can say as easy as you saying matrix, prove to me everything that nothing was here before yesterday, because I can say everything was here.
You've asked you've asked how many questions? I've got to write these questions down so I can answer them, right? So first of all, the angular size of the sun doesn't change, and you bring up Wolfie's video. Did you see his response to that?
No. I just
showed, he demonstrated that the camera he was using was not the greatest and it had quite a lot of barrel distortion, and that's why it appeared that the angular size changed. All right, so I recommend going and watching that.
So up here. Okay.
What was the lighthouse one?
But wasn't his first declaration that the angle didn't change based on that video, and then when somebody scrutinized the video, then we noticed that it changed, and then he went back and say, "Oh, my camera was messed up." But his initial declaration was that the angle didn't change based on that video. So I'm sorry, Ruhub, but you're wrong.
You can go and verify for yourself. Actually, this is a good point, actually. You said you don't trust Wolfie. Wolfie does experiments that you can replicate for yourself. You can get your telescope and watch these geostationary satellites blink out.
He does not do an experiment. He does demonstrations.
Observations, whatever you want. All right, whatever.
Yeah, but the blink out.
You can go and do it.
What's the cause of that, though? I mean,
Well, my model predicts it. How do you predict it?
Yeah, but you're assuming that something's there. We've got to then assume that something's there too.
Yeah, but it's a prediction of our model that comes true.
That has an alternate explanation that's just as reasonable.
Yeah, okay.
There's
then
a device up there that's on a timer. There.
Okay, then go and try and test the difference between those two models somehow, and come up with an answer. Go and make an experiment that distinguishes between those two.
I have a question. Is that guy that you follow, that one that says that there's no proof, is that the same guy that says if you put a cat in the box that you have a dead cat and a live cat? Is that the same guy? Oh, it's a different guy. They're fucking retarded, bro. I don't know how you can listen to them people and think they're smart. No, they're just stupid.
What would you say, Ruhif? Right? Okay, so apparently they're doing. You can go to space. Apparently, you can pay millions of pounds or something to go into space. Do you think that's something that the average everyday person can do?
Oh, it's not something that I would even do. So no, I mean you could do a massive crowdfunding thing maybe, but yeah, like it's not a serious thing, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying if somebody did that though, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that would end the argument?
No, because you guys would just say, that person that was up there was fucking in the Matrix or whatever. You'll always find reasons to disbelieve.
I'm fine with the sunset behind Cano from 173 miles away. Now, can Wolfie do an experiment on that?
Yeah, I wanted to say something regarding the geostationary satellites that Wolfie showed. This is not the first time he showed it. I think maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And when he showed this satellite, and he said that it's going to be longer time during the equinox, I went and made a calculator, a spreadsheet, and I went and told him. Not really told him. I uploaded the video, but I didn't tell him about the video. And I estimated the time would be 1 hour and 9 minutes and a half, and that was the exact time that the satellite eclipsed.
That was awesome. It's amazing what you can come up with when you know mathematics and geometry.
You mean
what you can come up with?
Observation?
Yeah, you do realize you do realize that the Mayans had a calendar back in the day, a couple of years ago, where they were able to calculate pretty accurately over many thousands of years, pretty much to the hour, the minute,
So it's still valiant up to this day, Randy.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't see the big deal about that, Crow, to be honest.
Well, to be accurate, they didn't calculate. They took records of past years and so predicted future years.
And that's the same you guys are doing.
So the fact they got it right is just wrong because they had used a different formula to you.
No, it's not formula. It's just the history.
It's a different formula. It's a different formula.
Yeah.
So they had.
If I said the area of a circle is pi r squared, and you just applied the formula, do you understand why the area is pi r squared, or are you just applying a formula?
Did they get it right?
Yeah, no, that's not the point. The point is why.
Yeah, the point is
our model explains why the Mayans were able to make those predictions.
Yeah, but they got it.
Validate their predictions.
They did it way before your model.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
They did it on a flat plane, my friend.
So
they didn't do it on a globe.
Your model, which means your model proves nothing.
Exactly.
Then disprove the model.
But they didn't do it. You just said they proved it all right.
And you understand that, I'm sure.
But they proved it on a flat plane, not a globe.
My model's not a negative. Who's making all the fucking noise?
I don't understand. This stuff was predicted way before your model predicted
it. Disproving something is proving a negative.
They were just looking at numbers, right?
It's not about numbers.
It is about numbers.
These patterns in the sky were witnessed for thousands of years.
Yeah,
you didn't come up with it. Your model didn't come up with it.
They were just repeating the pattern.
Do you understand that when
yes,
you
it's patterns in the sky, dude. What don't you understand? Patterns in the sky.
But they didn't have a model. They didn't have a model to explain what was actually happening. Like I said, the area of a circle is pi r squared.
Ruhif,
you can apply that formula.
You're very unknowledgeable, my friend. Have you heard about the
theorem
mechanism?
Okay, so so in your model, we're headed in this thing, in a direction, right? And we're spinning, and we're moving around the sun, and the universe, not the universe, but the solar system is moving around a galaxy, or the galaxy is moving around a unit, whatever. It's all moving around, right? And it's all moving and twisting and turning and going all over the place, yeah? But throughout history, right, the, Polaris has always been in the same place.
Always. That it hasn't been.
Always been in the same. No, where's your evidence?
Pretty sure there's evidence that it hasn't been.
Where's your evidence?
I think there's records. I think there's records of there being a different North Star.
Where?
Literally, that's all I've heard. So you can, take it or leave it, whatever.
You go with that, right? You go with that.
So
when I say that I don't have evidence, I don't have evidence.
Okay, that's fine. So currently, that's just a bit of hearsay. So we're going to exclude that.
I'm challenging your assertion that Polaris has always been there, because I
but
don't believe that.
In the court right now, because we're in court right now. So in court right now, we're dismissing that piece of information. You can exclude that. People of the jury can exclude that because there is no evidence for that, right? So forget you heard it.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. Right,
Yeah,
Ranty?
forget you heard that because it's irrelevant. There's no proof for it. Doesn't make any. I object, and it's gone, right? So the question still remains. Throughout human history, we've always known that the Polaris has always been in the same position, right?
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
And beyond a reasonable doubt.
How about we just say at least for the last 500 to 1,000 years or something?
But you can't. No. If you can provide proof that throughout history that it's changed, then sure.
No, I can't. All I can show you is that people have written.
So until then, it stands.
The Egyptians.
Well, no, you've made an assertion. You have to prove it, right?
No.
Yes, you're the one saying I'm accusing you of murder.
No.
You have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
No.
The defense.
In your model, we're using your model.
What's his nuts? Whoever stuck sticks in the ground, right? He was the prosecutor. He was like, "Look, I'm going to stick these sticks in the ground, take some shadow calculations, and then I'm going to proclaim. I'm going to prosecute everyone else
accusing the Earth of being a ball."
That's right. Okay, he has the burden of proof right there, beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, so Globies in the chat are saying that Polaris has moved, right? I'm waiting for the information to say that Polaris has moved.
Yes, the Egyptians, when they built the pyramids, it was based on a star that's called Thuban.
Even though that Polaris lines up through the
north,
portal,
the geographic north, not Polaris.
There are star portals in the pyramids, right, Kali? And so at certain times of the year, you can look through that little tunnel and see Polaris and Orion and other things.
When you said
right?
at certain times of the year,
sure.
Why certain times of the year?
Because the heavens move.
Because they knew
Polaris,
the patterns.
You're saying Polaris doesn't, though, right?
Like what?
We're going back to the patterns. Exactly,
no,
Josie.
Didn't you say at certain times of the year you can look through it and see Polaris? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I think he maybe made
not Polaris.
I think he made an error when he mentioned Polaris.
Okay, possibly.
But if the heavens line
but
up
the point remains,
and have lined up, that would also backtrack to the point that Polaris never moved, because if the rest of the heavens have always appeared in the same position since back in the pyramids, then that would also assume that the Polaris has never moved.
And how much were we expecting? Like you said, you started this with, the solar system is moving through the galaxy. Blah,
all
blah,
this
blah.
twisting and turning and moving and all this kind of stuff. And you're trying to say that throughout all of history that we've known, Polaris, which has stayed central in the same position throughout the entire time, right? It's just through kind of some mathematical fluke about gravity and trajectories and all this kind of inertia. So this all just happens to all line up throughout the whole of history that we always seem to be looking at Polaris in the same spot.
But we dispute that.
Yeah, you do. But you've just been told that the pyramids, you know, Crow brought up the pyramids.
Oh, hang on.
Right.
Doorbell. 1 sec. 1 minute.
So anyway, so Crow brought up the pyramids, but Aaron turned around and said, well, yeah, but also they've got these holes there that show the celestial bodies in these positions, and they've never moved.
This is where he's making not reality reality. In reality, Polaris doesn't move, right? That's the only thing you will ever be able to witness, observe, or establish in reality, that it doesn't move. And he's just going, yeah, but it moved.
Okay. Well,
appealing to a history that somebody thinks is true is not in any way proof.
Well, here on this show, I have no problem in providing information that people want to share. So Phil Ko has apparently provided some information that would say that Polaris moves. Now, I have no idea what I'm looking at right here, and this image is tiny. But I'm presenting it right now, so if anybody wants to join my server on Discord, the links are in the description. There's a whole bunch of links there, including the link to the server. It's a permalink, so you can just click it, join, and you'll be able to download this and have a look at it and check it out yourself. So I'm sorry that I can't zoom in and show you what. Yeah, I'm sorry that I can't zoom in and show you what's what, but the information is there by Phil Ko. If you want to join the server and take a look. Okay, so I hope that's satisfactory for you there, Phil.
It would be nice if he joined the server and explained us what he just shared, right? Because he probably must understand this to be sharing it, or maybe he just went to Google and said Polaris Star movement and whatever he finds, just share it.
It's on MC Tunes thing.
I just did a quick search, Ruhif, okay, Thuban, right, was the, I guess, the star, the central star, 2700 BC or whatever. But it's only 0.4 degrees off of Polaris.
Okay, so when Randy's talking about us flying through the galaxy, how much do we expect the stars around us, which are also flying through the galaxy, how much do we expect them to move?
Well, tell me how far away Thuban is, or Polaris.
Don't know.
First of all, right?
Look at the sun and just tell us how
far
far away is the sun.
One's on the other side of the galaxy would be, but all the ones that we see easily with our naked eye would be going roughly in the same direction.
Well, if it's 0.4 degrees.
No, I said the ones on the other side of the galaxy would be going in the opposite direction. Okay.
0.4 degrees off. There is no changing of the pole star. You know what I mean? They might have called it Thuban back then, maybe, or whenever. But it's 0.4 degrees from even the Egyptians, apparently, with no theodolites, no, what do you call them? Those, Wolfie uses those, damn it, check the sun. One of those motherfuckers. Equatorial mounts, right? They don't have any of that. They have none of that. Just their naked eye, right? Yeah, and it's still only
equatorial mounts, right?
Yeah. Equatorial. Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Right. Okay.
Egyptians didn't have that.
Right. Listen, I'm gonna round up, guys. Unfortunately, we've been going for a while, so. Let me go through the list. If anybody wants to stay and have the final thoughts, by all means. I'm going to start with Brian Mabbott. Do you want to do your final thoughts there?
Do what? Sorry, Ranty? Sorry?
Your final thoughts. So if you've got anything you want to say before I wrap up the show.
Right, my final thoughts. When Ruhif says he hasn't worked for 10 years, or a decade as he put it, this is his job. He is in PSYOP operations to push their nonsense. That is his job. You can hear he is well educated. Why would he not be in work for 10 years? Absolute nonsense.
You can answer that for me, Randy.
This is his job. This is his job. He is here to push the rhetoric and the lies and deception.
Oh, okay.
That's my thoughts.
Okay, Brian. Thanks for your thanks for your input there. I'll kind of answer that for Ruhif. Ruhif is incredibly wealthy, much to everybody else's dismay. Probably has more than everybody else that's listening in combined. But that's just the way it is. So some people are rich and some people are poor. He just happens to be one of the rich people. So Aaron, maybe you can do your final thoughts there.
Yeah, my final.
Say again.
Hmm?
Do you want a logical
What proof
syllogism
have
or
we
just
got?
links on the internet?
What
or
proof have we got he's a millionaire? Do you know him personally?
He's
See, this is where we get to standard of evidence as well.
Yeah.
Like how much evidence would convince you?
He's
Like,
what?
do I need to like?
Sure. Yeah. Which is my final thought.
Yeah, he's
Anyway, go on.
Yeah, he's wealthy, very very wealthy.
So
Yeah.
Ruhif, I don't mind.
No,
I've
I've
got evidence of that.
I've got evidence of it, and I've looked into it myself, so it's all good. It's not a problem for me. But that's I'm telling you,
You know who he is.
Yes,
You know
I know
who he is.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Fucking knows my
Brian,
name.
let it go. Let
Yes.
it go, Brian. Let it go.
We know his
personal thing.
we know his name, address, name of his children, name of his wife, know what school they go to.
Questioning we need to go down.
Seriously, know
How
everything.
did he get his
Yeah,
money?
we don't need to. Yeah.
Sorry?
This is how.
I didn't.
Yeah, I was
haven't-
gonna. I think I was next in line, right?
If he has money, great. If he's broke, great. Whatever. It doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with the conversation we're having. It is
Yes.
immaterial.
Okay, so let's move
just
on.
get here.
That's what I'm
Let's
saying.
move
Let's
on.
move on. Let's move on. So Aaron is next. Go ahead.
Cool. And Ruhif, I don't mind to comment after my final thought, if you want to. So when you talk about beyond a reasonable doubt, there's a globe model, right? A theory, right? That was supposedly presented to a group of folks who had an opposite belief, right? And so when the dude stuck sticks in the ground, he was like, you know what? And he made observations. Okay. He's the prosecutor at that point. He's going to take all these other people into court as defendants and say, this is what I'm going to prove. Okay. The globe Earth model has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt at that point. Okay. Because flat was first. So that's my quip there. And cheers, Ruhif, for hanging out. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, Gadget Inspector, if you're around right now.
I don't mind a comment back from
Hello, Randy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus, I'm on mute ever since I flushed the toilet. I flushed the toilet ages ago. Yeah, I couldn't get a word in. I waited ages to get in. How's it going, Randy? You well?
Yeah, I'm going.
I just want to say hello and thank you very much for everything you're doing for the flat Earth. You're brilliant, and congratulations on your new job.
Thank you very much.
You said you're on the end of the line, but I don't.
Oh, you've cut out there.
Go on.
We've lost him.
Damn it! He was going.
Guess it was the end of the line for him too.
Oh, bing bing. He might come back. You never know. Right. Okay. Japheth Methuselah. How's it going?
Oh man, what's going on? Just good listening to you guys.
You're pretty quiet, dude.
Yeah. Let me mute you up. There you go. Try again.
I just want to say thank you for having me on the show. Frankie, a great show. Donation, and appreciate you every day.
Cheers. I got most of that. It was really low though. You might have had your pillow over the mic or something.
I'm on headphones. I just switched to some Bluetooth 5 below headphones.
Okay, Yossi, final thoughts there, my friend.
Well, thank you, Ranti, for the platform. Thank you, all the flat earthers or globe skeptics. I wanted to say that we are kicking their asses left and right, up and down. So we don't need to reach 50-50 to break the critical point. We need maybe 10%, and I think I'm exaggerating, and their fable will crash. Unfortunately, it is so sad to see people still defending the people like Ruhif on the philosophical basis, because they don't have anything to show. They have just how can I say, evidence without backup. Just they're just
rhetoric.
saying.
Yeah, rhetoric.
Rhetoric, yes. And thank you, Ranti. Good luck with your new job, and congratulations. And hope I see you again soon.
You will, I'm sure. Left lane. Final thoughts there, my friend.
Can you hear me, bud?
Very low.
Just about. Let me hang on. One sec. Yeah, I've got everything up on max. There you go. Go ahead. Hello? We've lost him too. Okay, Pete, the GR8, how are you going?
It was nice listening to all this debates, and just want to say that when it comes to like the true purpose of flat or round, to me at least, it doesn't really make a difference. But it's just to a personal level, like what your worldview brings to you in life, I guess, is like the most important part of it. Yeah. So like, yeah, how you live your life is I guess the most important part about it. Flat Earth has brought me more purpose in my life, at least.
Well said. Well said.
Making it up.
Hey, there you go.
And stay learning. Stay learning.
Stay learning. Gadget Inspector, we lost you there for a minute. Do you want to finish off your point?
Yeah.
We've lost him immediately. Sorry, mate. There you go. Try it again.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Stop putting your finger over the mic or something. There you go. He's done it again. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello. Rufus, do you believe we put a man on the moon?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's enough for me. Thank you.
Epic troll.
Just another thing. I was looking at that photo there tonight in the show from the mountain that was taken from Martigues in France to the Cano. I know that mountain well because I used to go down there. I live in France actually, and used to go down there on the holidays. That mountain is absolutely massive, okay? And that photo, no matter what you say, there's a solid object in front of that sun. That's all I can say.
Yes, I agree.
Wow. Wow.
Right, okay. Right, listen, let's move this on. Rakia Life, are you around, my friend, to do final thoughts?
Yeah, I haven't been here much, but I've been trying to catch your shows because I do appreciate the work you put into the subject, and wish you all the blessings that life brings you. If you have to go get a job and be happy that way, do it, man. We do appreciate you and all you've done, and hope you stick around and do whatever you can. So,
cheers.
Enjoy. All blessings.
Yeah. Here's the Ranty.
Absolutely. Nothing lasts forever, right?
Ruhif.
Yeah.
Final thoughts. Final thoughts.
End of an era coming up. Thank you for having a much more.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. It's coming up, but it's not quite over yet. It's like going to be Friday, so it's like there's another 5 or 6 days. Yeah,
Okay. Then I'll save that for that day. All right. In that case, SE Montreal, send me your syllogism to prove the vitamin C thing. Ranty can hook us up on Skype or whatever.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah. Right. SE. Final thoughts.
Yes, sir. All I can say is another good show. I'm not saying goodbye. I'm not giving up because I'm sure we're gonna hear from you from time to time. I'm gonna be scolding you so you can come on the weekends. So no, I'm not giving up. So yeah, that's it.
Silent Zero, final thoughts.
Just wanna say to Crow that things that you calculate based on past patterns or observations are not prediction. Crow, we told you this the other day. You keep doing the same over and over. I don't know why you do that. And a question for you,
He's
Ranty.
gone, by the way.
Are you not gonna stream anymore? What's going on? I don't know the news. What happened?
Yeah, just I need to pay my bills, my friend. That's as simple as that. Yeah, the last few months doing this haven't really enabled me to carry on doing the streaming that I've wanted to do. So I've had to make the tough decision to, you know, most people would say grow up and pay your bills. So if I'm going to use that, you know, I'll say that. But I'm just going to turn around and say, look, at the end of the day, life got in the way, and I just can't afford to carry on putting as much effort into the, you know, into this as I would normally have wanted to. It's just as simple as that.
But your Discord will still be here, right? So we can all
yeah,
join?
of course it will. Yeah, of course it will. Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
But sure, Ranty, you can come on for an hour or two every night, like, you know.
Every night? Are you kidding? I've got a job to do, mate. I've got to. I don't want to listen. I don't want to go into the ins and out of it again, but yeah.
You could do a show at the weekend, like, or something like that. What are we going to do without Pete Shea?
Well, you could be the new Pete Shea, actually. Gadget Inspector replacing Pete Shea, that would be pretty cool.
I'm a flat earther since September 2017.
Cool. Right, listen, let's move this on. Real Bob Dole, final thoughts.
I'll just basically reiterate the point that I made earlier, that Right the Hand also made in different words. If you don't accept the standard of the five senses for confirming what reality is, then what you do is you allow in non-sense, and that's exactly what it is, things that cannot be sensed. And that means that you are allowed to introduce into reality literally anything that you want to. And that's what they do. They decide that basically anything is possible, nothing is absolute, up is down, down is up whenever it needs to be. You're flying through infinite space all the time. You don't matter, you're insignificant, you were an accident. These are all things that they do to make it seem like you don't have value. So if you're going to argue that, basically, you don't belong in a conversation of logic. You belong in a conversation of, you know, how to make cartoons and movies and write fictional books.
Theory, yeah.
Okay, and finally, Right the Hand.
Yeah, no, he said it. I guess save the goodbyes for the last show, and yeah, he said it best there. If you don't have reality, then anything can be reality, and that reality is not real.
Right the Hand, don't leave us. Don't.
Right, I'll be back.
You know, like, yeah,
He won't leave us. He won't leave us.
I know,
Yeah,
he'll be here.
Right, okay, guys. Yeah, I enjoyed that stream this evening. It might have been the bottle of red wine that I had that helped me along the way. I don't know. But yeah, I haven't drank that much in the past, 6 months or so. So it's nice to just let your hair down a little bit. So I enjoyed the stream anyway. I thought it was really, really good stream. I enjoyed it. Listen, I'll be back on Monday, so I'm going to have a night off tomorrow. So Bob from Globebusters will be live tomorrow, so I highly recommend you guys go over there and listen to Bob and the Globebusters team over there. They do an excellent show every Sunday, in case you do not know about it. I'll be back on Monday, doing my streaming right through till Friday, and yeah, hopefully you'll tune in, and hopefully we'll have some laughs, and yeah, we'll see you all again in the next one. Take care.